Swadeshi, Khadi movement, or boycott goods. This seems to be one of the most prominent landmarks in the Indian freedom history, and also played an important role in inculcating an entrepreneurial mindset in Indians. Gandhiji rightly said or talked about self-reliance through his Khadi movement and Swadeshi movement. And this is what the present government policy of startup is Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India policy. Be it an entrepreneur, business tycoon like J.R.D. Tata since the Industrial Revolution in India, or the father of IT, Mr. Narayan Murthy, these kind of prominent Indian business leaders have always boosted our Indian economy and motivated many entrepreneurs in India. I, Ms. Gitanjali, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Management Commerce, Department of Management, welcome you all to this one-day workshop on startup and entrepreneurship. We have with us a visionary leader out there. No surprises, no guesses, Dr. Govind Kadambi. Thank you, sir, for being here and motivating us always to do such events. We have with us our speaker of the day, Mr. Ganesh Raman K. We welcome you, sir. I request the dignitaries to please take seat on the dais. I request Mr. Narendra Babu, sir, and Dr. Devkumar, sir, to please be on the stage. Thank you so much, sir. We'll begin this event with the invocation song.
Vinayaka Sharanu Nilage Sharanu Vinayaka Vinayaka Vidyanayaka Deva Vinayaka Vidyanayaka Deva Sharanu Nilage Sharanu Vinayaka Sharanu Nilage Sharanu
I request everyone to rise for the Ramaya anthem. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Now, I call upon Dr. Dev Kumar, Head of IERDC, Innovation and Entrepreneurship Research Center, Professor, FMC, to welcome the guests. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone, and warm welcome to this one-day workshop on startups and entrepreneurship organized by Faculty of Management and Commerce and Innovation Entrepreneurship Development Research Center, Ramaya University of Applied Sciences. With humble submission, myself, Dr. G. Devakumar, Professor from Faculty of Management and Commerce, RUHAS, and Head IDRC. On behalf of this organizing committee of today's workshop, I would like to thank you all who are all present here as well as online for gracing this occasion. And I am very happy for the privilege given to me to address this welcome speech. A leader is the one who inspires, who motivates, who delegates, empower with effective time management for the achievement of organizational goal, who is none other than our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Govind Kadambi sir. In spite of his busy schedule, who has agreed to be our guest of honor for today's function, we warmly welcome you, sir. I also welcome Mr. Ganesh Ram K, Vice President and heads Global Internal Audits at 24/7 AI. We welcome you, sir. There are a series of guest speakers, those who are going to deliver online in the afternoon. I have the privilege to welcome Ms. Srividya Papula, CEO, ENSCON. I welcome you, madam. Probably you are online, I think. And I also wish to welcome Ms. Shilpa Chowdhury, Legal Associate, Lex Protector. I welcome you, madam. I also welcome Ms. Anvita Bapaji, founder of Sun Alvi. I welcome you, madam. I also have the privilege of welcoming Dr. Narendra Babu, Head RUHAS Innovation Center. I welcome you, sir. And we have Mr. Pradeep, RTBI. I welcome Srideep. And I also have the privilege of welcoming Dr. K. Sharat Kumar, the Director of Research, who is one of the guiding spirit for all of us. We welcome, sir. And I also have the privilege of welcoming Dr. H.S. Srivatsa, our Associate Dean of FMC. We welcome you, sir. We also welcome all the entrepreneurs, my dear faculty colleagues, students, friends, and all our participants for this one-day workshop. I welcome each and every one of you. A brief introduction about our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Govind Kadambi sir. Professor Govind Kadambi is a graduate from University of Mysore with BE degree in Electrical and Communication Engineering. Professor Kadambi pursued his MS and PhD degree in the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, with specialization in antenna engineering between 1978 and 1994. He was with Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, and Aeronautical Development Agency, Bangalore during 1995 to 2006. He was associated with various technological development organizations in Canada and USA, like SG Microwaves Canada, Centurion Wireless Technologies USA, Interdigital Communication USA, and Apple Incarnation USA. He returned to India in the year 2006. Since then, he has been initially with Ramaya School of Advanced Studies and now with Ramaya University of Applied Sciences. He held the post of HOD, Dean, and Deputy Director of Ramaya School of Advanced Studies. Since the formation of RUAS in 2013, he has been with Pro Vice Chancellor Research of RUAS. Professor Govindar Kadambi has been granted 24 US patents and 17 other international patents from China, Korea, Japan, Germany, and Europe. He has filed 17 Indian patents applications. Professor Kadambi has more than 100 research publications in international journals of conferences. He was the reviewer of IEEE transactions on antennas and propagations. Professor Kadambi was associated with collaborative research guidance to US university students. He has been the chairman and invited speakers at several international conferences in USA. Professor Kadambi has been the principal investigator and co-principal investigator for a number of sponsored research projects funded by Government of India. He has guided several students for their PhD, and presently a number of students are pursuing their research degree under his supervision. Professor Kadambi international citations, which includes Marquis Who's Who in the World, Marquis Who's Who in Science and Engineering, Marquis Who's Who in Asia, International Biographical Center, Cambridge, UK for achievements in antenna engineering. Great Men and Women in Science, International Biographical Center, Cambridge, UK, etc., etc. Sir, we are really honored with your kind presence for inaugurating this event, sir. Now, may I request Dr. Srivatsa, Associate Dean of FMC, to kindly honor with a memento to our honorable PVC, Dr. Govind Kadambi, sir, as a token of appreciation. Thank you, Professor Srivatsa, sir. Now, may I invite Dr. Govind Kadambi, sir, to address the gathering.
Good morning to everyone. Dr. Ganesh Raman, Dr. Devkumar, Dr. Ajay Babu, Dr. Shivasa, Dr. Sharath, Dr. Uday, distinguished speakers who follow me, dear friends and colleagues, and all the participants, both offline and online. I would like to continue where I left in the recently held function in our university, that is the National Management Day. I was candid and open in admitting that I don't have, I should say, any academic qualifications to address such important management entities. Other than, I can only say, I'm a student of research and I'm only a student in systems engineering. So with this, now the thoughts that I would like to share with you can be considered as quote unquote, outsider, insider. Definitely, all of us will be enlightened, enriched, and we'll be much more aware of what the startup is and what the entrepreneurship mean. Nonetheless, after having been showered so much of praise, so much of, I should say, lengthy citation, I'll try to live up to the expectation of one and all. Okay. What I can see, the sea change ever since we were students of engineering way back in 1970 to now. I want to just list out how the evolution of our mindset, our outlook has changed over last 4 decades. The ambience of startup has seen such a change. Probably now in early 60s or 70s, those who want to start something on their own, it was more of inheritance. It was more of an inheritance. That means I should say it is a self-motivation or a desire from the really family culture or heritage. Now it is no more. So it is like a wide opportunity. So it is not a family inheritance. Correct now, it is an opportunity by the government and by public actually. Now I want to just say that now how our mindset has changed. Way back now when I was the student of 10th standard in 1971, our late teacher, Mr. Nilakanta Radhya, he was talking about theory of vital forces in organic chemistry. So for some time, till a long time, there was a belief that the organic products, what we have in nature, correct now, it requires a divine force or vital force. So that divinity was a must, and vital force is a must for the existence of organic product. But somewhere in the early 50s, probably, great chemist Wohler, he was the first person to create that urea. That means a breakthrough saying that the organic products in nature, maybe it is due to the divine grace, but the existence of organic products cannot be only due to vital force. So he made a powerful remark saying that, correct now, that Wohler's invention of urea gave a death blow to theory of vital forces. I think over the years, successive governments, no matter which party it was, I think there is a continuous evolution of change of mindset. So from 1960s, where if somebody were to venture to become a startup, many people used to look at a different look actually. That means there is a sea change. That means you don't have to enter into startup or entrepreneurship because of inheritance actually. Anyone and everyone who has a bent of mind to venture can enter into the startup. That is the sea change I could say between the theory of vital forces and the mindset that we have right now in entrepreneurship actually. Then look at the abundant and plentiful of schemes actually, both at the state government, central government, even at sometimes international levels. So that is it has been a continuous provision and avenues to encourage to startup and entrepreneurship. So more than that, because of many of these facts, correct now, startup is no more like a intuitive or unstructured or impulsive action. I would say it is a well-led and process-driven. So that is how the evolution has taken place. And there are quite a few training academies or institutions, which are meant to create an ambience for startup and entrepreneurship. And there is a strong urge for curriculum development. I'm very happy to say, actually, much before any of these initiatives was thought by the government, about 2 to 3 years earlier. I think since the formation of the university itself, I think we had this separate curriculum for entrepreneurship and innovation. Actually. So that is the forethought of Professor Shankpal, was our first vice chancellor. Actually, it was a great initiative even at that time. Then again, that is when we were the student or I was the student. Vast majority of us, particularly those who are hailing from middle class or lower middle class or other class, there was always a mindset saying that the best thing that can happen in life is government jobs. Actually. And those who want to venture into private job, actually, there was somewhat of a minority, actually, just like as people into that. If you had asked me in 1990, early 1990, will you be able to give up your government job and venture into the private organizations in India or abroad? Definitely, my answer would have been, you can never imagine that to happen in my life. So, I'm an example of that. This is how the mindset has changed from, that is, slowly from government to private, because we are under the impression government is very secure, private means very dynamic and dicey. That's how it happened. Then again, from there again, look at it correct now. From private jobs, those who are venturing into private job, that means again there's a change actually. So from private job, they don't want job. We want to start up an entrepreneurs. We want to be self-reliant. This is how the evolution of our mind, at least in Indian context, has changed over last 4 decades. Then No, I want to just give an analogy. All of us like organic, correct? No, organic development, organic food. What does it mean? Anything that is homegrown, anything with our efforts, without any chemical fertilizer. Now, what do you think of the evolution that has taken place from mere inheritance, from government initiatives, our own mindset change, and our outlook change in outlook? Can you call it as organic, inorganic? It is up to you, correct? No, don't be under the assumption always inorganic is bad. No. Organic is preferable, but inorganic, because of the issue, it is there as much healthy as anything else you can look at it. Then again, there was those of my classmates who went into private. We always think, that is you require a tremendous amount of confidence. That confidence is sometimes is translated to what we call a visible braveness, brevity or braveness. So we are thinking, correct now, those who venture into the private startups or private, actually, we consider them to be brave, and we are hiding under the quote, fortune favors the brave. But what has happened over the years, correct now, from the statement, fortune favors the brave, now we are slowly but surely moving to what Louis Pasteur says, fortune favors the prepared mind. I think it is that evolution from inheritance to academia, etc., where now that is, don't rely only on your fortune for your braveness, but actually it is more than the braveness. Apart from that, your prepared mind is very essential. I think it is these what should say, gradual, sometimes incremental, or you call drastic change. As you can see, we are here discussing and encouraging our students and ourselves to become actually what you call as not job seekers, but job providers. That's what I think my perspective over the last 40 years. So that means it is like a mindset versus outlook. Now, if you ask that is what is required for to become an entrepreneur, actually, is it a culture? Is it a philosophy? Is it an aptitude, or it is an attitude? If you really care, this is the same question which I always pose to our students addressing research methodology in about research. Is it? I always any pragmatic and any sensible person would say, no, it is a unique mix, and for each of us there is a unique gradient of mix. Actually, it's not only unique mix like that. So I would like to really say, Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan was talking to some good audience at that time. So he told what is meant by tradition and what is meant by history. So he's quoting or paraphrasing his statement: many centuries make a history, and many centuries of history make a tradition. Actually, now if you really look at it, so many versions of attitude and many attributes of attitude, probably that will give the aptitude to venture into the startup or entrepreneurship. When we have many attributes of the aptitude, probably that will come to what we call as a philosophy. There is a drastic change in our outlook, or drastic change in our mindset, that we call a philosophical shift in our way of thinking. And when you have a series of such a philosophical paradigm shift, then I think it results in what I call as a culture, actually. So this culture of startup, or this culture of entrepreneurship, now it is not a one-day affair. Actually, it is a continuous but gradual, but I think incremental shift on outlook that one can transform from where we are to what we can become. Now, just my understanding of what are the ingredients of successful startups. Very important is now we need to identify and define what we are or what I am. That is very, very essential. Then I think now there should be a clearly vision of what I want to become, because these are what should be the two points between which we have to draw a pathway or track, actually. Unless we define whom I am or whom we are, and unless we define what we want, actually, no, you cannot define the path. This is what I meant to say. We have to realize our strengths and limitations, and we are the best critical appraisals of ourselves rather than somebody else in the society, actually. And what you want to achieve, that means where there is a strong will, a sustainable will, definitely there is a sure way. So, notwithstanding that, if you have this idea, then the success of a startup essentially hinges on the initial idea. That is what we call, what is the niche area that you want to work. It can be service sector, it can be product sector, it can be any sector what you want, and you have to determine that based on the passion. I think that passion always drives. It is not the fortune that drives you. It is that passion that always it drives us. And again, this area can be very, very broad. There can be hundreds of opportunities there, and we cannot tackle all the 100 opportunities at a time. Ultimately, it comes to narrow down your options to a few of the options that are there that can be particular specific products that we want to pursue or pursue any subsystem product or whatever we call it as. Then follow that is what we call the dynamic and the scalable business plan is also very, very important actually, because if that scalability feature is not there, whatever we want, definitely now we cannot enlarge the footprint or we cannot increase the reach. That is also very important. Then obviously when you develop this culture from our attitude to this what we call philosophical shift in that which leads to culture, definitely that entrepreneurial competency can be garnered. Even if it is not there, definitely it can be garnered. Then we need to be very conscious and we should be aware of the stiff competitions that may be at present or that may increase many folders or that may dwindle depending upon the way in which you pursue our entrepreneurship. And obviously, we live in an era where you cannot take what I call sight of technology and innovation. So if we are venturing into a product or a niche area where it is heavily technology driven, and we should be really looking at how the technology is propelling itself and in years to come. So what we plan today, it should not be only planned today. It should have that attribute of the futuristic aspect so that we are not overshadowed by the future development actually. So it is at the right opportunity thing. And many times now, see, this is very that's called a diversification of product. That is also probably can be very useful. And over and above it, that we'll deal with people, we deal with process. Obviously, our manager skill also can be of lot of relevance. Now, if you look at it now, startup is when we think startup now in this sense, at least in seminar, I presume it is different from a traditional startup because when you think of startup, that means we need to grow fast. Okay. So in a sense, startup is a race. Timing is everything, and faster you are, the good chances that you're likely to big win and you will succeed rapidly. And again, what do you mean by starting? So starting means leveraging all possible resources to focus on one thing, how to get started and how to get going. And getting started is the main thing in a startup venture. And once your business is up and running, I think the sky is your limit, and anything else is also possible. If you really look at this life cycle of startup, again, it is the idea. There, it is that idea means it is almost like need analysis and what our business plans are. And that time, I can say the time you spend, and you will not see tremendous growth in you. So it appears now you are on the datum or a flat plane. But what do you mean by from idea? What is the next is startup? That means you will see a visible existence or a legal existence. Then from idea to startup, you'll see there will be a very, very steep growth actually. From next time, from startup to the next phase is growth. Again, you will see tremendous positive gradients in our profile or in our outlook. Then obviously once we have growth, we have startup and we have growth, then what we call is our establishment, our credentials, our product itself. That means what can say some level of maturity, some level of normalcy. That what we call is again you will reach after a steep, I think positive gradient. Then a stage will come where that is you will be like almost like a cruise after the takeoff. You'll have some sort of a flatness. That is where you enjoy more. And at that time, because we have established our credential and products, then there is a time, there is an ambience within you to think of the expansion. Again, depending upon how you utilize your time during that flat period of expansion, then we can say that again there will be a steep gradient. After the steep gradient, again look at it correct now, again you will reach where what you call the Peter's principles or saturation. Again, it becomes flat. So life cycle in a startup is never flat or like that. Now it has got several stages of steep improvement. It again what you call asymptotic limit or what you call flat again. Then at the end, a prudent person will think, okay, enough is done as far as this diversification or this product is concerned. Then we have to say, we have to have a professional exit. Professional exit, not to give up once for all. No, how to change our hats, how to change our hats to the next one. Usually, when we teach engineering design management, see, one of the aspects of this startup is, your finances also will be equally important. But now, there are, what I understand from our engineering design management, there are two types of finances actually. Even though I'm not a finance person, I can honestly say it. One is called revenue through sales, and then cash flow. They are entirely different actually. You will see that till you really till you emerge from growth phase to expansion phase, you will always have you should have the tenacity and mental makeup to withstand the negative cash flow. Even though you are having a sales revenue, but effectively because of the recurring and non-recurring cost, etc., but no, you don't have a positive cash flow. Even though the world says you are doing good and etc., but internally the turbulence or jitter will be there, saying that there is a negative cash flow. But once you cross that growth phase and what you call it, establishment to growth phase, you'll find that both your say revenue from sales or revenue or the cash flow, both will show some sort of I should say, non-linear curve, and then prudently you'll find that you don't wait that curve to reach again datum before you plan to exit out of that diversification and move on with the rest of your life. So what are the basic requirements to become a successful startup? I should say, first and foremost is know your customer. Customer is king or customer is everything. That means, as you say, that grassroots marketing is very, very important. It will make you stronger. Not only that, it will also help you to establish what you call longer lasting customer relationship. Actually, this grassroots marketing is very essential in the initial phase itself. Then, as I told you, analysis of competition is a must. And you should not really fear, because sometimes what I like is not what is possible, and what I dislike is the most likely avenue actually. So no bias there actually, what you call unbiased introspection of competition. And you need to develop wider network of competitors, well-wishers, technicians, technologists, whatever the case. And you have to have a thorough homework before you launch. And we should know what you call resources. We should know how to get help and where to get help and when to get help. I think that is also very, very important. And obviously now we cannot do everything. We need mentors, and we should have the flexibility and avenues to approach the mentors for our help. And important thing in startup is correct now, you are on our own or will be on our own. Of course, even if you are not a startup, also learning is a perilous exercise. But here in startup, I think to open to learning becomes the mantra for the success. Obviously, no one would like to start with a failure or to fail. But obviously, when lofty goals are there, when you have complexity of magnitude, complexity of issues, definitely, despite all our efforts, mistakes are inevitable, failures are inevitable. But you should have that mental makeup to face this and then move on. And we have to learn from this mistake, move forward, and improve from those mistakes. Obviously, it doesn't mean we won't commit mistakes, we won't commit similar mistakes. Something else may come up actually in life. So again, look at it. We should have one of the important aspects now why that paradigm shift had happened from the family inheritance to this is, so the moment we talk about any entrepreneurial startup now, we always think of risk. That we're not sure, we don't have control over our future. Obviously, taking risk is a must there, and failing to and willing to fail also we should have a luck up, we should have that mental makeup and never stop networking. And as you say, always look for avenues to spot and identify niche area. And we should be student actually. That means willing to take advice, listen to other ideas, and learn from those who have been there. I think this aspect of this consummate ease of a student. These are one of the great attributes of critical thinking. And without critical thinking, definitely one cannot be an entrepreneur or one cannot be a startup because you require dynamic analysis and scalability. Those are also important. So, if somebody asks me what is the definition of entrepreneurship, there may be many definitions. I think a more pragmatic definition is entrepreneur is about solving problem or learning on the go. That means it is not that we learned everything before when we venture into startup. It is a parallel exercise that is learn as you go or learn me as you go is what is that. So financial hits, I told you that cash flows will never be positive till you establish yourself. It is after nearly 3-4 phases of your startup. So we should have that ability to withstand the financial hits and always know about that. It does not mean obviously we need to take care for ourselves. We need to take care of our family, our dependents, well-wishers. So taking risk is one aspect, but taking risk and analyzing the risk and where you are getting into and taking care of our needs also, they are also equally important in startup. So again, be flexible and be aware of market aberrations or fluctuations, and at all times you have to take care of health and you have to take care of our dependents, and I think that is also equally important. Now, in engineering design management, when we want to build the team, what should be the composition of the team? Normally, now we take that there's a concept called Veblen's 10 attributes of team. But here, don't be under the impression that now Veblen's principle will hold go only for a corporate or a MNC or a big company. Place it over. Without team, you cannot achieve anything. Sometimes now you are the only member and you form the team. That means in you, we need to have all the attributes what Veblen showed actually. Or you may have only limited people, but ultimately it is not how big is your team. What is more important is that the combination of the team, does it have all the attributes of Veblen's 10 attributes? That is essentially what I want to just highlight. So that means we need a company worker. What is meant by company work? We need a practical organizer, no matter who does it, but our team, our startup team should have, and there should be a chairman, what you call the goal setter and motivator. We can be, or like our mentors can be, depending upon the condition. Shaper, that means dynamic pushing, is also equally important. Then plant means a creative problem solver. Problems are plenty, but what you need is a person who can solve, persons are person who can solve the problem. Resource investigator who can gather information and negotiator. That is also one of the aspects of Veblen's principle. And motivator, monitor, evaluator, that means option analyzer. Then we need a teamwork, that is perceptive listener. That is also equally important. And complete vision is consciously perfectionist. That means whatever you take, it has to come to the logical conclusion. Specialist is dedicated professional. So no matter whether I'm the only person in my startup or whether I have got 2-3 people, but if you want to be successful, correct now, what holds good for MNC, it holds good for us also, irrespective of the team, irrespective of the magnitude. I think that is, if we don't have people who can have all that, obviously, as Mahatma Gandhi says, if you want change should be in us or in me. So as a leader for startup, as a owner for startup, actually, some way either have to have all the attitudes or I should have people who have that. Then only I think the startups and entrepreneurship can be verified. And all that I can again stress upon it is, I think you don't have to always think of risk to startup. Actually, now the very many methodologies are there. Is what we call as a risk waterfall model. Actually, if you employ that what we call as a convergent thinking, that means listen to the advisor, listen to the various perspectives, various schemes of the government. Now they are all in a different perspective, everything. Ultimately, as a person who is interested in startup, I have to really look at it as a convergent thinking. That means either that what I want, many avenues, many opportunities, many advisors. So define now what you want to pursue. That is what we call the convergent thinking. And once you have arrived at now what you want to be, that is very, very clear. Then look at what you call as the divergent thinking. What are the all avenues that have many avenues, many schemes, private factor, venture capital, angel investors or whatnot and so. Yeah. Then that is what we call a divergent thinking. Then evaluate all the options with no bias. Then take which one is best for you. Then it becomes a convergent thinking. So the attitude or the aptitude of this convergent, divergent, and convergent thinking definitely will minimize all the risks. And at all times, whatever you try to do, you are always following the golden principle. Everything is in without bias, and nothing emerges of me without rational and justification. I think so. Probably, if we can bring this sort of structured way of thinking and thinking the way in which it should be done, I don't think that that definitely life itself is always it's uncertain. But still we say correct now. We hope correct now. So every day of our life hinges on hope. When life hinges on hope, why not start up and the startup life also hinges on hope again? So with these remarks again, I thank Dr. Dev Kumar and his team for having asked me to be part of this. As I told I'm not a management guru, I'm not a management professional. I can say I'm only an outsider. And I think I've shared probably what is good for all of us, not necessarily only for the student. And I'm sure Dr. Ganesh Raman is there. Actually, I should say, veteran and a great disciple of Professor Balasubramania, who has spent his career in ecosystem and startup economics. I'm sure that by the time you emerge out of this one-day workshop, all of us will be enriched, enlightened, and definitely, I hope there will be a paradigm shift in our outlook. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We should say being an outsider also. Through your life story, you have talked about the whole gamut of the entrepreneurship, be starting from the entrepreneurial mindset to the entrepreneurial culture, to the composition of the team, the co-founders, how to choose it, to end the sustainability and how to further take a calculated risk. Thank you so much, sir. It was a very pleasure to hearing you. Before going to the next session, we will take a 5-10 minutes of coffee break, and then we'll move on to the speaker number 1, Mr. Ganesh Raman, to talk about the business model canvas or the lean canvas. We'll be breaking for a coffee break. Thank you. Absolutely, sir. I mean, sir, right from
The entire landscape collapsed. The entire landscape collapsed. Because there is a camera in the capturing only one. Only the mother. I put the woman. I did.
Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure today to introduce to you our first speaker for today, Mr. Ganesh Raman K. Mr. Ganesh Raman is working as Vice President and heads Global Internal Audit at 24/7 AI. He is passionate about creating a positive community impact, leads 24/7's corporate social responsibility initiatives as a CSR trustee. Previously, he spearheaded the development and management of information systems. In addition to his technology acumen, he is also an astute financial leader with a proven ability to turn around P&L and increase operating profits. He has earlier worked at GE Healthcare, Vistion, and Lucas TVS. Mr. Ganesh Raman has submitted his PhD thesis on entrepreneurship at the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and is a qualified cost accountant from ICWI Institute. He has completed his PGDBA from Loyola Institute of Business Administration with triple gold medals and is an alumnus of Bharati Southern University, where he secured a gold medal for topping the university. It is my pleasure to welcome him today, and I request Ms. Shilpa to please formally welcome Mr. Ganesh Raman. We look forward today to his talk on business model canvas. And with that short introduction, I hand over the stage to him.
Thank you all. Hope you're able to hear me well. And it's my great privilege to be here at MS Ramaya Institute again after a month of break. And I'm so honored to be here. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Today, I'm going to be talking to you about the business model canvas. So I think that's where the lost continuum I thought will continue. Yeah. Right. So first, I just would like to very quickly talk about my organizational affiliations before I move into the topic. First, to start with, my organization where I'm doing the value add is the 24/7.ai. We are into uniting systems of intelligence with the systems of engagement and providing a better customer experience. We deal with the end customers of our clients, and we can provide the conversational AI, the intent prediction and journey management for our end customers. So we have very powerful platform which does this for us, and then we have a systems of engagement through omni-channel service strategy, meaning the end customers can come through any channel, and then we will be able to service them. How do we deliver that? We have various channels, and with that channel, we can connect with our clients' systems, be it an ERP system or a IT service management system or a human resource system or an enterprise resource management system. We will be able to connect and then deliver effective customer service. In the customer service space, we are very unique in terms of offering innovative solutions. If you could see here, there are 118 patents that we have got already. And to talk about it, we are serving 184 customers, clients rather, I would put it, 184 clients across the globe. And then the number of volumes that we are dealing is in either millions or in billions. So that way, we are offering the best customer experience to our clients, their end customers also. Just to talk about one more thing, as Professor Kadambi was talking about, I work under the supervision of Professor M.H. Balasubramania, and my focus area was tech startup failures in India. So as he was talking about, if you could observe, the entrepreneurial journey is not an easy one. It has multiple challenges. And then how do we understand a failure, right? So I have attempted to look at it from three different perspectives. First, why the startups are failing? What are all the causal attributes? The second one being the life expectancy. How long a startup survive in our ecosystem? What shall be done or what needs to be focused so that the life expectancy of a startup can improve? And the third one is in terms of exits. What do we mean by exit? The startup has to exit successfully, or if there was a failure, there will be some amount of repercussions to the startups, and then startups exit from the market. Either they abandon it, or they go for a M&As, or go for a new start. There are various ways of exiting. Similarly, not only the startup should exit, the entrepreneur also should find a way of exiting. How do he get back? Whether he's creating his next startup, whether he's going for another salaried job, or whether he's becoming a freelancer. So those aspects also I have studied, and I have recently submitted my thesis, and I'm waiting for the defense. So with this affiliation, let me move on to the topic for the day. So it's almost after a choice. So I just thought first, let us engage in a conversation before we start. Let's start with a story, right? All of us are ready to hear a story, right? Instead of boring some presentation. So what is the story about? Here is a conversation between three people. The conversation is between my hotelier friend and me. I visited his hotel. My friend was so proud. Hey, the business is running very successfully. We are doing great. And then he wanted to show that the people under him are not that great. Maybe, I don't know. So he called and then called one boy and then showed, hey, before that, he told me, hey, the cognitive ability is different. You will observe it. Fine. I said, fine. Then in front of the boy, he put a 10 rupee note and a 5 rupee coin. He asked him to pick the bigger one. The boy silently picked that 5 rupee coin and then left. Then my friend smiled at me. Do you understand why I am here? Why he is there? I was perplexed. What is happening? This boy seems to be reasonable. He's doing everything normal, but he has picked a 5 rupee coin and then silently walking out. That inquisitiveness is there, right? So the next day I visited the hotel when my friend was not there. Fortunately, I was able to talk to this boy who was working there. I just went and initiated a conversation and asked him, hey, don't you know the difference between 10 and 5, which is big? He said, yes, obviously I know 10 is big. And I was wondering, then why did you pick the 5 rupee coin yesterday? Can you guess his answer? I want answers.
Wanted to impress the boss, showing that he's not very greedy.
Okay. Maybe, but
The 10 rupee note was thrown.
oh. See the imaginations. What else? What else could be? What else could be? I meant to get that answer. Huh? Okay, maybe. One more.
The value of the material of 5 rupees coin is more than the value of paper at the 10 rupees note.
Not so. Okay, let me just. Sorry. Yeah.
5 rupees heavier than 10 rupees.
Could see the answers. But the boy answered me and then said, Ganesh, the day I pick that 10 rupee, this game will stop. You understand? Every day I earn 10 times 5 rupees, which is twice my salary. So now he had a smile in his face. I understand. So now who is the businessman here? You understand it, right? So that's what my friends okay, they need to play the game. You understand? The day I pick this 10 rupee, the game will stop. I will not get my 5 rupees again. 10 times if he calls and then give me 5 rupees, I'm happy. Right? So this boy is a great business guy. Right? We all understand it? With this, why I'm talking about this particular thing, you will understand revenue is very important for a business. Right? Without revenue, you cannot sustain, you cannot down the line. We can think of profits only when we have revenue, right? So that's the reason I just thought we will start with this story, right? And we have already spoken about the first, Professor Kadavi has spoken about startup. First thing is, it has to establish a repeatable and a scalable process, business model. First, before we get into what is a business model, first let us talk about what is a business plan. In Management Institute, in Commerce, we are all known in terms of understanding what is a business plan. So in terms of collecting your thoughts, how I'm going to earn my revenue, where and all I'm going to spend. So you put certain assumptions and then say, hey, this is how I'm going to be profitable. All of us, as a commerce student or management students, we prepare the business plans, right? We validate our ideas. But how a business model is different. Let us talk about it. So from the business plan to the business model, what is the differences? We try to understand the interconnection between the various components. Your business plan will be an isolated islands. It can be islands. It may not be getting connected. Whereas in a business model, when it becomes a business model canvas, we are able to connect the ideas, whether things are flowing seamlessly, whether my ideas will work, that we will be able to validate. Right? And this is the most interesting stuff in terms of a business model can really tell us how the organization as a startup or a bigger organization is creating a value and then delivering and then capturing the value to the end customer. So Professor Kadambi also was talking about it is the customer who needs to be taken care. So the customer focus comes in when we deliver value. So that's what I just wanted to drive upon. So now one more question. We understand that the business model is going to be there. So every corporate or a startup, will they have only one business plan? It needs to be put on stone and then written somewhere. Do we all agree? Do we need one plan only? What is that? How many we need? Huh? How many? Backup plan should be there. Okay. Then what else? 3. Why 3?
In case something goes wrong.
Very good. So let me put it simply. Till we realize the value is getting added to the client, the end customer, you can iterate it, deliver value. When do you see that the value delivery? Can I deliver value with no money in my pocket? Till you become profitable, till my business becomes profitable, you keep iterating. There is nothing wrong in it. Don't get into that like, okay, the plan keeps changing. If there is a plan, it is meant for change, but at the same time, there should be some rational, right? So here I talk to you about the business model. Yes, it has to be there, but at the same time, it needs to be iterated at a regular frequency. Don't do it. I get up from the right side of my bed, I change it, and then left side, one more change. It should not be. Rather, it should be a planned event, and then have a periodic reviews of your business model till you realize the value is getting added to the customer, you are profitable, right? With this outset, are we ready to get into the business model canvas? That's the next question. So first, I'm going to talk about the business model generation. Here, I'm going to be focusing on Alexander Osterwalder's business model generation. So the key questions he is asking about the spirit of an entrepreneur, and then are we ready to create the value? Are we ready to do the innovation? So finally, whether it is delivering value, if the question is yes anywhere, we shall use this particular tool. It can be for any of our journey, individual journeys also, and it can be for a startup, or it can be for an organization, it can be for a function. You can use this tool at different places, right? So with this quick introduction, I thought I will introduce you the building blocks of business model canvas. To start with, there are going to be 3 components I will be talking about. First one being the desirability and the feasibility and viability. Let me put it very simply. What does it mean? First, in terms of desirability, whether the customer really wants it. Many times, we are very much passion driven when it comes to an entrepreneurship. We keep building something which no one wants, or nobody ready to pay for it. So are we building the product and services which is required by the market? Who is going to pay for it? Right? So that comes when it comes to the desirability. While delivering the value, are we delivering the value and at an economically feasible cost? Are we burning money, or are we delivering value while delivering the value? So that's going to be the next question that we will be asking about. And if we can address the desirability question and feasibility question, then what we will be left with in terms of the viability, whether it is worth pursuing it. Right? So a lot of reflection when we do with these 3 questions, then we will be able to understand whether we are on the right path or the business model requires tweaking. Should I do one more revision? So we will be able to understand it and deliver the value to the business. Are we ready to understand these components now? In another 20 minutes, I will take and try to be on time, Shilpa, by 11:45. Yeah. Right. So under the business model canvas, there are going to be 9 different components, starting with the value proposition, going on the desirability side in terms of understanding what are all the various components in terms of customer segment, channels of delivery, and the customer relationship. Then when it comes to the feasibility components in terms of the key resources, what are all the assets which are required, and what are all the ongoing deliverables, the operational components which are required, and then who are all my partners in the delivery, we will understand. so that we will understand the cost structure. If we understand these two components, then we will be able to see that we are able to understand the revenue stream and the cost structure, and then whether the business is making money, right? So this is how he has put it together in terms of understanding the interlinkages between the various components. That is what we are going to see. So I will be talking about individually one by one. To start with the value proposition. First, this is one of the desirability element. There are many questions which comes. So the product and services that we are delivering now, are they creating value to the customer? So we are going to look at customers into multiple segments. So for every segment of customer, are we adding value? So how do we know that we are adding value? Ask those queries. So if we are going to put ourselves with these queries, then we will find out what we need to tweak in terms of the modes of delivery. So the value can be in terms of quantitative. Hey, here I go, I get faster service. Right? Here I go, I get my price, which is going to be cheaper. Can it be qualitative? Yes, it can be qualitative. Hey, I like the ambience. I like the experience. Right? So the value can be added in multiple ways. It can be quantitative or it can be qualitative. And then there can be newness. While entrepreneurs are known for their innovation, so they can bring something new, right? And they can talk about performance. Yes, I deliver the better performance, right? If you look at it, the internet, the way the plans are coming out, where they are talking about everything about performance, right? And in terms of customization, how I can offer the customization, which will create the value, the design, the price point, the cost reduction, the risk reduction. There are many things which can be delivered in terms of value addition, which can convenience. Sitting at my home, I can order any food which I want, right? So all this accessibility and usability, the value proposition is coming when it comes to the various types of delivery. So the product and services, if it is value adding, the customers are going to be with you. Moving on to the next point in terms of the customer segments, right? So whom are we creating this value for, right? So when the question is getting answered in terms of, are we going to target only the B2B segment? Are we going to target masses in terms of B2C segment? Are we going to do government business, right? We shall segment the market and then design our product. There are some people who can do a B2B and a B2C together, right? And identifying the niche and then operating with that niche, you can be super profitable also. Segmenting the market and then the diversification. You look at Amazon, they started as the marketplace, eventually turning out to be delivering services in terms of offering so many. I can buy my storage space, I can buy server space, I can buy anything, right? So the diversification, you can add, create a value. So you can have, when it comes to the business model canvas, you need not be restricted by one major business. You can have your multiple, you can branch out, and then you can have create some more value and create one more business model canvas for you, which can really be totally value adding for the organization. So the multi-sided market, there are going to be, I can cater to this segment, I can cater to this segment. You can get into any segments that you want as long as you can manage that game. So moving on to the channels. What are all the modes of delivery? Whether it is going to be direct or indirect, whether I'm going to have partner, do I need to do everything on my own? Not required, right? Swiggy, if you take, or Zomato, if you take, they just connect with the best of the restaurants and then deliver, right? And you take any courier services, they are into direct services. I'm just trying to differentiate between direct and indirect from the services side, right? So reach your customer segment differently. Make your channel available for your customers differently. Enable them, right? That's what we are talking about when it comes to the desirability. And the next important thing is in terms of the customer relationship. So it is how I'm going to maintain and establish this relationship, which is very important, right? So on that specific trend, whether it is going to be transaction, only for this transaction, I'm associated with that. Then the relationship doesn't require much of an investment. Whereas when it's going to be long term, I will be putting more efforts to ensure that if it is going to be a repeatable customer, I will be putting a lot of efforts to retain him so that he's happy, so he feels the value, right? And in terms of the offering multiple self-service, automated services, there are many things in terms of personal services, right? And in terms of communities, whether if you look at the software development, what is happening currently? You need not have to everything the organization need not have to do. There is a communities. If you look at it, SAP or Oracle, everything that organization need not have to deliver to the user base. Rather, there are communities which is building things on their own, the connectors, the APIs, everything. So we can make that relationship stronger amongst our users itself and then create value, right? And co-creation. We need not have to worry about only we adding the value. Overall can be our partners. If you look at it, Toyota has started this in a big way, right? Their supplier base, they didn't compete with them. They really made them part of their game, right? Wherever Toyota goes, their suppliers come, right? So that kind of a great arrangement you can have when it comes to the co-creation, how we are going to innovatively deliver those solutions. That's becoming very important. And when it comes to channel, please remember that the cost of switching is, you should know. What is, if you keep that cost of switching, if you are able to do it at a higher level, then your customer is retained. That means you have to create and deliver the better value so that the switching cost, the customer thinks about it and then stays with you. So it's going to be a great value add for him. Moving on. Now we are moving into the feasibility side, and the first one being the key resources. So all of us are commerce graduates, right? Or some of us at least. Yes? What are the two different types of costs? Absolutely, right? So fixed cost is used for what? It cannot be changed. Very good. Okay, it is fixed. So what is it? It is used to create value over and again. So you can use that resource, keep creating value. So what is the variable cost? You consume it. So for the next consumption, you require once again that portion of the value addition to come in, right? So in terms of key resources, we are talking about physical, this kind of an infrastructure availability, making it available, the physical environment, the physical infrastructure which is required, the intellectual properties. In terms of patents, in terms of software, in those areas, we need to create that. Recently, I was having a conversation with my HR L&OD head. How human is an asset. Don't treat human as a headcount. Treat human as an asset. Then you know what is the skills and value addition. Then you will be able to see them as an asset. Don't count them as a people, or don't count them as some cost. That was his way of thinking. So there is definitely a merit in terms of, Infi has started doing that at one point in time. I'm not sure whether they are continuing that. How do we see humans as a valuable assets so that they can create that value addition and then come out with that innovation? That's what we are talking about. Yes, definitely in terms of financials, whether I have the required assets to take care of my future. So that is also pretty important. So assets which are required for getting the business to sustain. So that's what here we are talking about when it comes to the key resource. Then the next thing is we are talking about the key activities. Here just I want to quote one of my friend who was leading a B2C startup. He was running a food tech, basically. First, he has established infrastructure. With all the infrastructure, can you run your food tech? What is required? Manpower to deliver every day. Ganesh, whether we like it or not, 4 a.m. in the morning, my gas stove should be on. I need a person to turn it on so that then only all my deliveries which will start at 7 a.m. There are my customers who are waiting. So if I need to service them, then here I'm talking about the activities. So earlier we were talking about the fixed cost. Here I'm talking about the variables, doing it in a routine basis. The moment you get into a routine activity, we have become little tired. How we are going to deliver value in each and every transaction you look at it, then understanding that particular activity and then delivering, building mechanisms so that it consistently delivers. Can you say that the last customer was served well and then you need not have to be served well? Can you say that? Do we even accept it when we go and then get service there? No, right? So each and every transaction needs to deliver value to the customer. So that is how the activity. So between resource and an activity, what we need to differentiate is activities will have a customer engagement component in every delivery, every transaction that we do. So that needs to be looked at. Whereas in terms of resources, once it is set up, yes, things are in place. We shall manage it. So the importance of activities, continuous production mode, and problem solving, whether the platform can deliver repeatedly to the customers, that's what we will be looking at it when it comes to the activities. Then in terms of partners, here I was emphasizing, need not have to look at only ourselves as a delivery person, rather how we shall effectively leverage the channel partners who can do a segmented activity efficiently. Use them. You need not have to do everything yourself. I was quoting the story of Toyota, right? So similarly, we can leverage how other person's ability to deliver certain things skillfully, we shall make use of it. So making them part of the delivery is very important. And then creating that value so that they see the value, that's what we can do it when it comes to the key activities. Then the next one, which is more important, we all now at least understand the importance of revenue streams, right? Yes? There are multiple modes in which revenue can come, right? Like that boy who was not worried about, was smart enough to take care of that 5 rupees 10 times a day, right? So here we are talking about, it can happen through a platform, through an asset sale, or it can be an usage fee, licensing. There can be an advertising fee. You have to see how revenue accrues in every transaction. Typically, I would put it this way. It cannot be left, revenue cannot be left unattended. I normally call revenue as an elixir. What is elixir? Elixir is something which it's like, okay, it gives you your life, nectar, right? Right. So without a revenue, an organization cannot sustain. Definitely profits are also required. Those things, we will talk about it next. So revenue is the importance of revenue, we cannot undermine it. My CEO will always say, cash is the king, right? Professor Padambi was talking about, right? In terms of cash flow. So definitely, we need to understand the flow of revenue for which every opportunity, when there is a value add, the customer will be willing to pay for it. You need to just tap that, right? If you look at Indigo, what they are doing, to occupy a window seat, you have to pay for it. To occupy a aisle seat, you have to pay a little less for it. If it is a middle seat, okay, you can take it free, right? People can come out with these ideas. Have you ever thought about it earlier? No, right? So wherever possible, if there is a value addition, if we can tap, there is some value addition, then we will be able to find a revenue model. So at every point in time, when you are designing something, and then when you are adding value to the customer, please make sure that do not miss out on revenue. When it comes to the business side, I will always say that every entity should be profitable. You cannot leave that business. But when it comes to the CSR side, yes, definitely there needs to be charity. But don't mix business and charity. They are two different things, right? So we should definitely compartmentalize things and then look at it. And when it comes to revenue, use every possible opportunities to make your revenue stream established so that your long-term sustenance of the business is ensured, right? And advertising or brokerage fees. So you can generate cash from the customer. There is nothing like it. Otherwise, you have to look at your one source of fund, investor fund, and then try to compensate provide various things to customers from the investor funds or the sources of money. Unless you are profitable, and then the acquired source of finance can never sustain the business in the long run, right? Rather, if it is going to be the own source of fund in terms of that particular entity, then the sustenance of that business will be much longer. You will be able to take that business to a profitable state sooner, and then the sustenance will continue, right? So that's what I just wanted to emphasize here. And in terms of cost structure, thank you about on the fixed cost and variable cost, right? So definitely knowing the cost structure is extremely important. If we need to be profitable, unless otherwise we know what are all our costs, we can't even think of the profits. So how to price will be determined only when we know about the costs, right? So in terms of understanding how to deliver that value. And if the focus is going to be on cost, we will definitely be delivering the better value and the economies of scale and economies of scope. Anybody want to differentiate? Any economic student here? Okay, since there are no economic students, I will leave that question for the next presentation maybe, right? Okay, so understand the cost, which is really going to get you the profit. So now we have looked at the all 9 elements of the Osterwalder. So then I just thought we will put it together with a small example, right? I just took the case of yoga. When you are practicing yoga, then you understand it's a great big market itself, right? When you are dealing with, it's a multi-billion dollar market as of now. So we try to put it, what is the value add I'm giving? What are all the customer segments? So how I'm going to maintain the customer relationship? What are all the various channels in which I will reach? I'm just saying this can be done. This business model canvas can be done for any product or service. That's the reason I have chosen this. You go to web, then you will find for Apple it is available, for Tesla it is available. You can find it for any bigger organization or for a smaller organization. And you can create it for your own organization, whatever that you are coming out, right? So you can look at the various key resources, key activities, and the partners who are going to be part of this. Then finally, the revenue stream and then the cost structure. So there are going to be a couple of new elements which are getting introduced. That also I just thought I will leave you with in terms of the social and environment benefit and the social and environmental cost. Why it is important? Do all of us need to be worried about the society also a little? Yes or no? Right? So that is what we are drawing a lot from, right? So we should definitely be giving it back to the society. At least for the future generation, we should save some resources and then leave it with them, right? Yes, definitely. It is so important that we just don't consume everything what we were provided, and at least for our future generation, at least leave something for them. Currently, we are running in a mode that there is no tomorrow. Rather, try to look at it. The humanity is going to survive for a long duration, right? So it is imperative, whatever we do, we don't cause more damage to the society's resources. Rather, we conserve it, we don't abuse it, and that way, whether we can take care of the society in a bigger way. Good. So I just thought I will put this together and then talk to you about what are all the benefits now this can give. Start with, these are all the various benefits which I'm seeing. Can I strategize? Yes, definitely with this we can do. Whether we are currently adding value, we can evaluate the current business model, we can propose a new business model. So we will be able to do that. Co-creation. Can I create a new segment? Can I partner with somebody and then do some co-creation? Yes, it is possible. You can do that. And can I bring visibility to what I'm doing with a dashboard? Absolutely, it is possible. So you can do a dashboard. And can I expand my thought process? Can I do a portfolio of offering? Yes, it is possible. And in terms of understanding competition and customers, best thing is not only do the value stream for you, your organization, rather try to do the value stream for your competitor. Then you will understand where they are making the difference. Are they making difference in the channel? Are they making difference in the relationship building? Are they making difference in the key resources or activities? So our value proposition itself, then it will be more revealing if with an open mind. If you are going to defend that, like, okay, I'm doing better than my competitor, then there is no need to put that, right? So most of us will attempt to do that. Yes, I'm doing better. That without doing a business canvas, you can say that, right? Rather, I'm requesting you. So if you are in a customer service space, try to understand this with a lot of open mind and then understand it. Then you will be able to deliver it. And when you are having a budding with a great idea, when you have an innovation and then the new idea generation at the time of new idea generation, then you can make use of it. And many times what happens is, in terms of alignment, there are always issues in corporates or startups or any organizational setup. So there are many questions. The questions when there are greater than two human beings itself, alignment is a bigger problem. Okay, how many of you are married? I'm not asking any specific questions, okay? Or I'm not asking you to reveal any stories there. Rather, I'm just telling, like, okay, when there are greater than two human beings, I'm not scaring any new youngsters not from getting married. Okay? I'm happily married for the last 21 years. So, so what I'm talking about is alignment is basically if we are able to see the bring that alignment amongst our team members, amongst our colleagues. Sometimes if required with your boss also, right? Somebody wanted to pick the coin for the boss, sake of boss, right? So need not have to be. We can be value driven, not. So in terms of alignment, and when there is an opportunity for investing or an M&A or an exit also, you can do this. So this is going to be a great tool. Normally, I try to do a workshop for a full day on business model canvas. So teach them for first 2 hours and then subsequently proceed with the branching them into teams, and then they doing this workshop for about 8 hours minimum. But today we have to complete this in 40 minutes, thanks to Shilpa. So, so there is a value delivery has to happen within 40 minutes. There is a CTQ which was put in place, right? So with this, thank you very much for the opportunity. And I hope I have done justice in terms of time, but over to you for questions. Maybe take a few more minutes. What do you guys for questions? Yeah.
Are there any class very questions? A nice session. Thank you very much. I'm not a management guy, so I don't know much about it. But anyway, just to know a few things. Are there any metrics, say, to compare between two business models of the same area? Let's say,
absolutely
must be there.
Yes.
So let's say, for example, ratings. Suppose if given two business models to evaluate, the person who is evaluating should give a rating. So what is the basis for that? Are there any benchmarks?
Absolutely, we can definitely do that. There are, I think there are tools beyond business model canvas. We can use business model canvas also. There are few metrics. I will suggest a tool. I'm relatively an expertise on Six Sigma also. So Q matrix is the one thing where you can compare on a scale. You can prioritize the various attributes. So I can share that with you, and then you will be able to do that comparison. You can take the views from multiple people and then see how they differentiate also. So there are techniques which are available to compare. You can see between people how their value addition is differing, all those things. There are calibration metrics, calibration tools are also available. I think that's your question more stems to that area.
Yeah. So if the implementation happens in the same way that's defined, so it's going to be a successful race. Is that takeaway?
Absolutely. I would say it will at least more revealing for you in terms of understanding, are we delivering the value? Or are we going to be investing more on costs, not on profits? So it will give an overall visibility in terms of the interconnection, the value delivery to the customers. So that's the aspect which I see here. Right. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Any questions?
No? Thank you. Thank you. Can you move on? Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. I think they didn't ask any question, but probably in the MBA second semester, they will have these questions in their question paper, for which they will be marked. So they should be prepared for this. I think, yes. And I think this was a wonderful session for them to understand. And it was like a bridge course for you people, because this is what we're going to teach you people in the second semester of ED, Entrepreneurship Development. And we exhaustively use this for a week for them to understand the whole, one by one, the components of the business model canvas. So thank you so much. Good morning, Vidya ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. I can hear you.
Yeah, ma'am, can you try sharing your screen and see that whether you can share the PPT by yourself?
Yeah, definitely, ma'am. Give me a second. Good morning, everyone. Wonderful to be here. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I believe you need to give me access.
Yeah, a minute, ma'am. So as rightly said by the previous speaker, he did his, PhD thesis was why did the tech startup fail? It is said that, one third of the startups out of 100, probably very few sustain and be successful, and most of them fail. It's not because of the idea or revenue, but it of all the operations and the management. So we have with us Sri Vidya, Miss Srividya P, who is a CEO and has her own startup called MCOS, which is into consulting of management, operations, and the customer service. I now welcome Dr. Uday, Professor, FMC Department of Management, to welcome Srividya to the crowd.
Thank you to Professor Geetanjali for inviting Ms. Srividya. I'm merely introducing. She's the CEO of NSCONS, Masters from University of Massachusetts, Lowell. 20 years of industry experience, having worked in the US and in India. Associated with MS MEDI, GOI, for promoting entrepreneurship. Also the president of MSME Bangalore, World Chapter Bangalore. Awarded for Women Excellence by Indian Achievers Forum in June 2020. Company featured in Silicon India, I assume Silicon India magazine, and Consultants Review magazines among top 10 SME service advisors in India. And her business, NSCONS, helps startups and established businesses with company registration, taxation services, digital marketing, end-to-end business development, and transformation services. So we welcome Ms. Srividya to enlighten us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful introduction. And I'm really happy to be here to give my views on how we have to look at from when it comes to business operations and management in startups. I hope you are able to hear me loud. Sorry, I hope you're able to hear me loud.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much. So when it comes to business operations, I think without further ado, I'll just quickly talk about when it comes to business operations and management in any startup. I think it does get overwhelming when any startup looks at, yes, Mr. Ganesha Raman actually has given us a wonderful intro on the business canvas front and how businesses can actually look into the ideation aspects. So when it comes to any startup, when they start their journey from the business ideation to starting their journey inception stage to when they are actually trying to sustain themselves to when they are actually growing, they see themselves visible in the market to when they transform themselves to become bigger and visible company in the market, right? How does this journey actually happens? It definitely, it is overwhelming for all the startups and even for the mid-sized businesses. If you consider, you have to see that on and on, we have to make sure that we are on top of our business operations and how do we engage our internal teams and external teams in terms of either the customers or the vendors, right? So you have to constantly look at how you build that ladder which sustains itself, yet moving on to ensuring that your growth and scalability happens throughout this journey, isn't it? So we are ensconced and we provide a platform for any company to leverage us as a shared service provider for their functions, whether it is business transformation or HR practices. We are also recently awarded by the Atmanirbhar Bharat Awards 2021 by Indian Achievers Forum, and these are typical ways of looking at when it comes to business establishment or business processes, business management, and customer experience, where we have been able to create a mark in the industry and help the customers in terms of evaluating where they stand and also perform in the market. Yet we also help them with their licenses and registration aspects. Just to give you a quick intro on the startups and MSMEs, we all believe that MSMEs has always been the growth engine of the Indian economy, and MSME ministry has always tried its best to look at the Startup India and digital India initiatives, with the help of different development institutes which are there in different cities, as you may see. And they are creating an environment to help startups and MSMEs to do better in their respective industries. They come up with the programs time to time to educate SMEs for various new schemes and benefits, yet bringing in their programs to enable these businesses with industrial practices and processes. So if you can look at how MSME has been helping, government has been helping in all of these initiatives, you yourself can actually go to the Udyog Aadhar Udyam registration, to be precise. Earlier it was Udyog Aadhar, right now it is Udyam registration, and MSME DI websites, where you can find more information on how the Make in India or the Digital India initiatives are actually taking a fold, and what kind of schemes are there available for the startups or the MSMEs to really leverage each one of them. So to give you a quick understanding of how MSMEs are actually categorized, a micro enterprise is actually less than annual revenue of 5 crores, falls under the micro category of enterprises. Annual revenue of 5 to 75 crores, they fall under the category of small enterprises, and annual revenue of 75 to 250 crores, they fall under the category of medium enterprises. This is a typical way of looking at how the the MSMEs are actually categorized, and the different schemes are available based on your capability, potential, and also your past record. Especially they look at your past performance as well, 3 years records to be precise. Or for the startups, they always look at the potential which you can bring in the different startup which you own in the respective industry segment. This is just intro of the MSMEs. And you can stop me anywhere you would like to ask me questions. Please feel free. Let us make this session interactive. The top success factors or the failure factors, I'm sure you would have come across this. I wouldn't touch, I will just quickly touch upon these, that the success factors or the failure factors more or less, are actually go hand in hand. The timing, the team and execution, the idea, the business model, which is very important, and the funding aspects, your capital, your working capital, it has to be, they are all in line with your planning and engagement and the execution processes, whichever you are going to plan ahead. You have to see all these factors are actually called out, and also your teams are equally planned and spanned out on each of these factors, right? So business canvas, as we have seen, I think, I wouldn't take much time on this since it is being covered. The partners or the activities, the value propositions, the customer relationships, customer segments, the key resources who can actually help you in your business journey, the different channels against which you can actually explore your business, and the cost structure, revenue streams. These are the important factors any business has to look at, how each of these areas you have to evolve and see whether your business is performing. And every time to time, you have to build on your process and improvement factors to leverage each of these key potential things which you probably would have called out in the beginning of your journey as a startup. But time to time, you also have to evaluate, pivot yourself time to time. Now, how do we go about this? Let's look at that. Yeah. Now, here I would like to ask you a question. Objectives of any company. If I have to call out the 4 different objectives of any company, can anyone suggest? Can anyone suggest the 4 aspects of any of the objectives of any company, the important objectives for any companies to build and sustain themselves in the market?
Profit making.
2 answers were profit and human resource.
Thank you. Yeah. So absolutely, that is the first thought which comes to anyone, that revenue, growth, scalability, and visibility, right? So any company, when they actually are looking at establishing themselves or seeing in that journey, they usually typically see that only these important 4 factors come to their mind. But how do we really achieve that? I think let us look at the next slide and see the focused approach to drive any business and the growth is value creation. I think Mr. Ganesh Raman did talk about it and touch upon the value creation, the customer experience, the scalability of the business, and organization culture. These 4 core elements as actually putting it in the simple process altogether across the business model, whichever you want to evaluate or see how you're growing in against each of these different elements. You have to constantly see that you are assessing yourself, putting in the governance practices, engaging your teams appropriately, and managing your business operations overall, right? So when it comes to revenue, growth, scalability, or visibility, which can be the main objectives of any company, we have to see that the focused approach is actually built within the system. The organization culture, the scalability of the business is thought through, the customer experience is brought out, continual improvement is brought out there, and value creation is established. So how do we build a business governance framework? Let us say a business operations, when it comes to business operations or management, how do we really bring these into practice? So business objectives are always the core of any business. How do you really look at the service or product design? I think design thinking practices, as you may probably would have read in your college, I'm sure you would have come across, the design thinking practices can be applied in order to bring out the business objectives in a better and enhanced manner. The customer experience factors have to be thought through for any of the services or products you are building. And marketing and visibility, how are we bringing the putting in the marketing efforts? How are we bringing the visibility factors across all the functions whichever we have in each of the companies, or we have management and rewards go hand in hand with all efforts which we put in while we look at our review and metrics, the KPIs, the performance indicators of your business, be it at a department level, be it at a company level, be it at an employee level. You have to have certain measures in place to make sure that yes, time to time these are being reviewed, whether it comes to your service or product design, your customer experience, your marketing and visibility, your objectives, your company performance as such, how the employees are being engaged. It is definitely each of these factors have to be called out and metrics have to be thought through. That's the best way to look at a governance framework when it comes to building your business and business operations, in bringing the business operations in place. Now, when we do that, you have to constantly look at how do we plan, how do we implement, what are we managing here, and how do we assess. Now, there are three phases of bringing this approach in place. First is desirable. What do we really desire out of this business operation model which we are building? What is viable for us to take on? Is it really feasible for us to implement all the practices? Sometimes when the company is growing, in a growing phase, in the initial phases of your business life cycle, you may desire for a lot of things, but at the end of the day, you realize that yes, though you have put in some measures in place, it doesn't happen. It doesn't really come along. You probably have to become more mature enough to see that some of the metrics or the governance frameworks, whichever you desire or opt to have, you may have to forego it for the time being and probably plan for the future. So this is a continuous improvement cycle which you have to build in each of these areas. I have tried to put it in a very, very simple governance framework where you can see how you can build your business operations and systems in place, whether your people practices or processes or the technology elements. In these three are the core things which can make your company strong, isn't it? How do we have the processes in place? How do we have the people and the engagement model in place for the people to manage and deliver within the company, and the technology aspects for any company to really leverage and use and enable our employees? These three are very, very important. Now, when you design your operational elements, whether you're planning or implementing or managing or assessing, you have to look at as a continuous improvement cycle. Any doubts here?
No, ma'am.
Yeah, so let's look at how do we further bring the clarity into how do we bring process, people or technology elements. When we see the board or the executive management, they need to have the risk appetite and the tolerance levels in terms of whether the company is able to do its best, or if there have been ups and downs in the company, potential or on the company, if it is not able to perform well in the market, there will always be a phase where you will have to face as a business owner or an executive in the company. You have to look at that risk appetite and tolerance. Where can we be tolerant against the measures and practices what we have built, and the organizational performance metrics what we have built? Do we have the tolerance levels? Organizational culture is very, very important for any company. The ownership and accountability factors build when you have the right organization culture. That's where you can see your people are quite engaged. They know that they are delivering, they are doing their best, and they are giving quite a good response to what your planning, your vision is about for the company or its products or services. Organization culture is quite important for any company to sustain longer in the business. Then we have to also talk about the business understanding and the requirement. When it comes to management staff or department heads or the line managers, they need to have a clear understanding of each of the functions we are executing, how it is going to be executed, what are the process elements aligned against it, and how the people are being engaged in each of these processes and practices, and educate time to time and give them trainings time to time, year-long trainings. We always say that 12% of your training, of your company efforts should go into your training efforts on an yearly basis. This is a very, very important percentage which you have to constantly look at. To put it in easy terms, we have to see that at least 3 trainings are happening on a quarterly basis, to make sure that understanding the vision, the functional aspects of any running the business or a vertical or a function or sales, any of these factors are clearly understood and driven. Now, when you look at all of these, the first 3 things, there are always operational risks also involved. Now, when we talked about tolerance, here you will have to look at your operational risk standard and benchmarks, which you can achieve. And if it is not achieved for a reason, what is that you could actually do to perform and improve so that your next quarter you are able to achieve your profitability. And at the end, you also look at your internal and external reviews. Internal reviews within the team, by your supervisors. In fact, a 360-degree review by the employees also makes a lot of difference for making your operational elements very strong. Independent review can also happen by the customers as a customer engagement feedback on a regular basis, and profitability and scalability factors have to be reviewed constantly on a way. As you probably would have observed, any startup, when they start, probably 1 or 2 people will be there in the company, or maybe 5 people, right? As they grow, they add on more employees. So by the end of the year, let us say if you have 10, 15 employees, by the time when you start from 5% company to 15% company, the quality definitely dips down unless until you create the system in place, make sure that the employees are also equally equipped with the knowledge, have the process control, clear about their objectives of achieving what the vision of the company or the functional aspects is. And then you look at, yes, so that's where the performance actually, the dip can happen, and this you cannot let go. This is how we can make our business operations strong and strengthen each of these elements from a people, process, and technology standpoint. This is a simple way to look at it on how to strengthen your performance and operations. Now, when you say the governance processes, so any operations, business operations, when you strengthen, you have to look at a couple of elements. When you say, how do I really manage my risks and how do I mitigate those risks? This is very important for any business to make sure that their operations are smoothly aligned with the vision of the company, the functional elements, the verticals, the departments, whatever you have, however you are segregated your business in your company, you have the continuous approach in terms of the operational risk management. So I wanted to quickly touch upon this slide. This gives a very, very important aspect to any business which is going to stay there. They want to run long term and they want to create a mark in the market, right? So risk assessment, continuous compliance, securing your systems, as simple as data compliance. Customer data is very, very important for us, isn't it? And we do not share the customer data with anyone. Similarly, the infrastructure as such is also equally important for us to make sure that the security of these systems is also clear, and how we are making sure that security is given to our customers. Responsible workforce, right? How do we make sure that the culture is developed in the company and the workforce is also enabled equally to take on that ownership and be accountable? Risk informed decisions they are taking, right? We call it as a RACI matrix: responsibility, accountability, consulted, and informed. So if you look at this RACI understanding, if any company, we have to see that they are informed at any organization level. If you see any company, we have to see that, or at each of the organization, let us say if you take an organization chart, at each of these department level or at a company level or at an employee level, when you look at throughout your organization chart, how do you take informed decisions? Can we really make sure that our risks are being informed and each of these factors are being leveraged against the organization structure, what we have in the company, and the continuous improvement around it? So how do we monitor them? How do we assess them? How do we audit them? And how do we report these different factors? Makes your operations very, very strong. How do you make sure that your business owners or the business owner himself has the control over the overall business from top to down in an organization chart? Is as simple as that. Yeah. So when you say, how do we take the advantage of these successful enablers, you have to identify your change enablers, on and on. When your company is growing, from a startup phase to sustenance to growth to maturity to transformation, transforming itself to become a bigger company, or how do you bring and identify those change enablers? You don't want to be at the same pace. Probably if you're making 5 crores at this time, you don't want to be at 5 crores all the time, right? You have to make sure that you increase your potential, you increase your revenue factors, you increase your scalability, you increase your revenue streams we talked about, you increase your potential factors in terms of engaging different people so that your revenue is growing at the end of the day. So each of these elements, time to time, you have to identify them. Go agile. When I say go agile, it means that you have to constantly look at what is desirable, what is viable and feasible, and take on those steps to strengthen your operations in order to achieve those desirable aspects and make them feasible, right? So how do you make sure that your customers are consistently given that improved customer experience? How do we bring those small process improvements in each of these business functions we talked about, whether it is marketing, whether it is sales, whether it is customer engagement, whether it is after sales service, whether it is your business objectives, or whether it is your risk management? How do you bring small improvements in each of these areas? So this is something which we have to constantly see that we are performing and we are doing a good job in here. So integrating that risk management approach to whatever your company initiatives are, it actually helps you to enable and ensure that your risks are mitigated properly. And even if you have risks, you know how to handle them. And if they are not able to be handled for whatever reason, you have an approach plan in place so that the effect can be negated in the next season or the quarter, right? And how do you really look at those functional elements? Yeah, so this is how we say that your customer experience or the competitive advantage, your technology enabled or not, or your risks assessment, is it strong enough? Is it strong enough? So these benefits, you can constantly see that it is happening in the business. Then you know that you're going to sustain for long years. So that's about it. I think here I want to do a small exercise. Are we up for an exercise?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
We are up.
So far, is it all clear? Is it understood? Am I going too heavy on you guys?
No, they are very much clear.
Sure. Okay, so when it comes to business planning and customer engagement, I would like to give you one exercise where you can design a prototype. Okay, just do an exercise and present me some scenarios. Maybe one of the students can come up onto the stage and present 5 of these factors. I'll give you a simple example, next slide, and 5 minutes exercise where you can give me one customer need, one profitability factor, one experience factor for your customers, one delivery element, and one after sales service factor. See, it is not all about your product or company or service or the customer experience you have given while the delivery or the service is happening. It is also about creating an aura in the system that the customer, even if he has bought and left, even then he has that constant connect and engagement after the sales has happened. That's the 5th element. So this is where you would see that a lot of companies in the the bikes showrooms, what they do is after the service they constantly engage the consumers or the customers for their products or services, right? So let's move on to the next slide. I have given you an example of a Rolex watch, okay, which you want to bring into the market. Now, I want to see 5 minutes from now, you can give me one example. Maybe 1 or 2 students can come onto the stage and give the examples, yeah?
Yeah, we need volunteers.
Understanding the customer requirement is very, very important. You have to constantly see. I hope you're able to see the timer down. You have 4 minutes, 24 seconds to go.
Brinda?
Yeah. So one customer need, the customer need is very, very important. You have to understand your customer, his pain point, his need of the hour, and then accordingly you have to look at how your product is going to serve him, how your service is going to serve him. Then the profitability factor. How do you really make your business profitable by bringing such a product or a service in the market? What are the actions which you're going to take it to make it profitable? Then what is the customer experience factor which you're going to bring? And the delivery element. What's one important thing about the delivery which can bring a wow factor? The customer should go wow, after seeing, after the delivery happens. And one after sales service factor.
Ma'am, we have two students on the stage. Please.
Great, ma'am. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brinda. As this is a summer season, I want to take the example of air conditioner. We introduced one, what we can say, a less pollutant air conditioner to the market. So it is one of the customer need, I can say. And I didn't really get to what is that profitability factor.
Profitability factor is, how can you really capture that market? Why do you think that your product is the best so that it can bring you business?
Okay, as I told, we are introducing a less pollutant air conditioner to the market. So it can be a profitable factor to the company. And experience factor. I can tell the fifth one, after sales service, the installation. That's it.
Thank you, Brinda. Thank you, Brinda, for that wonderful share.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi. Please go ahead. Students, take your time. You have 1 more minute and 30 seconds to present all these factors. Yeah.
One customer need and which had a good profitable factor and your experience factor.
The customer need is about the quality, ma'am. And the profitable factor is about the brand which the company will build. And one experience factor is, ma'am, the quality of the watch, like the.
Okay. An experience factor can be you having a smart watch elements built into the watch, right?
The student had a doubt. You want to talk only about the Rolex or any other?
Any other product, ma'am? That's fine. I just gave an example. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I have not a particular product, but I have listened about the one disease which is known as the dermatillomania, which is regarding the nail biting or hair. This type of diseases common persons have, but they didn't know that they are doing this type of activities, that they're bitching their skin or biting their nails on this kind. Though the customer need, though the customer need can be the any kind of product which is used for, which is used as an alarm or a product which you avoid the person who have the that disease to that not to do that. Though the customer need can and the profitable factor is that the company will generate the profit in the form of, because the this type of alarm watch can be generated or created for the profitability, because and it's kind of a smart watch which includes all the other factors, like nowadays the smart watch is coming with the other various facilities showing the time, your heartbeat, your rate, your water rate in the body. So the same thing will be there in that watch. Can when you are doing the activities as you are biting your nails, so it will give you a vibrate or the alarm. Though the person came to know that he or she do not have to do that. So this can be the profitability factor and includes the experience factor. The delivery element can be, it's you can deliver, you can purchase it online, and the sales service. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What's your name?
The students were Brinda, Kush, and Shreyas. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Brinda, Shreyas, and Kush. That was wonderful. You had given a very good try, because unless we explore on how we are going to bring our thoughts on paper, or into practice, you wouldn't even really think about going and achieving after that dream which you want to achieve, right? So it's a very good try from each one of you. I'm so glad that you've come up on the stage and presented yourself, your ideas on this. My example, if I have to give you one customer need, I think if you have to put it like that, is, when you design a watch, what is that necessity? What is the desirable factors? Like I said, there are, yes, desirable and viable and feasible definitely goes hand in hand with any product or service development. But we also have to look at what is that, style quotient which we can see, because a lot of consumers right now are seeing style quotient itself as a customer, as one of its need. It has become a need. Some of the luxury elements have become a need of the customer. So can we bring out those aspects as well? Profitability factor, when you say that, yes, can you bring in any kind of revenues, streams into this, when you, for the customer and also for yourself, it is profitable, and it is, usability factors are always there. But then beyond that usability factors, the feel good factor by using it, the product is something which can bring profits to your business, right? So that's something which you'll have to look forward to. One, experience factor, the customer should be, definitely that wow factor which we have to see in bringing that customer experience. Can we bring certain elements into the watch or any other product or service which you are thinking of? Can we bring one experience factor to help the consumers or the customers realize that, yes, it is for them, it is actually built for them, and and you have brought in a very wonderful product in the market, and they wouldn't it's not, I wouldn't say tempting, but I would say that, yes, they ought to go and buy that actually. And delivery element, yes, ease of service is very important factor. Like I think Kush mentioned, online delivery is definitely has become the norm right now, because after the COVID last couple of months, what we have seen is many people are opting for online delivery and ease of delivery, and disconnected, touch, non-touch, touchless kind of a delivery is something which is also opted for, right? And after sales service factor is very important. It's not about your product in the market is already gone, but it's about delivering that after services. After the sales has happened, the service what you can give to the customer is also quite important. This is something which any business have to look at while they look at the business operational elements we talked about in the previous slides. And you can actually bring in the beauty of bringing your product into the market or service into the market. So this is what we talked about, and we have exchanged our views. And that's about it. I wanted to, you can actually ask me questions, or I can go back to the slides if you want, if you have any certain questions.
Any questions? Students are welcome on the stage and then ask if there are only a couple of questions. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Yeah.
First question, which I was having some queries like how legal rules and regulation affect the new startup on a small scale tech.
Yeah. So yeah, I think we did touch upon that in one of the slides here. When it comes to governance, processes, and business management, you also have to have proper, your obligations in terms of the compliances which you have to achieve as a startup. So any startup, there are a number of ways to look at your registration itself, right? Now, depending on the product or the service you're launching in the product market, okay, you have to decide on how you are going to establish your company and how you're going to practice the compliances against those company. I think that becomes your first starting point to analyze on how you want to build this company. As a startup, you can always bring yourself into the market as a sole proprietor company, or as a or a private registered company, or as a LLP, so partnership, or the company's MCA recognized, basically Ministry of Corporate Affairs recognition, you can get it. So first, establishment is something which is very important. Now, when let me give you an example. If you have a food company, food products, if you have, then it is very much required for you to have those food licenses. Company registration definitely matters. Let us say if your company product is in the in the food segment, where people may or may not come back to you, say that this product has actually done some something bad to me in terms of my health, or posed some risk health factors to me, then they have the potential to sue your company. Now, when it comes to that, your sole proprietor, as a sole proprietor, when you register yourself, it will come to your personal assets. As a company registered, as an MCA registered company, you definitely have that edge to cover yourself up. Even if someone comes to you, it will not come to your personal assets. So compliance is also strengthened when it comes to private registration. Along with that, FSSAI compliance, or the other food compliances, good manufacturing practices compliances, these are all very important to make sure that, yes, you're following. At the end of the day, why do we have compliances in place? They are ensuring that you're following certain structured practices and processes, right? So that's how you go about it. Now, when you come into any other segment, let us say service industry is depending on the kind of services you provide in the market. You may not have those kind of risk factors as much as it is associated with a food industry. So you may take, as I consider, as registering yourself as a sole proprietor company, and then later you can actually eventually develop your business and get into a more formalized approach.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Any other questions?
So I hope I answered that question of yours.
Yes, ma'am. And I think to be more clear about it, I think the post-lunch session, we will be having about the legalities of the entrepreneurship and startup. I think that will give you a clear picture on that.
Yeah. So basically, you have IP branding or trademark compliances are there, apart from your company registrations and other licenses which you have to take in terms of trade licenses, labor licenses, or any other licenses which are very particular to your particular your industry as such. So I think these are all very important. Beyond that, there are other, IP regulatory compliances which you will have to follow in terms of building your product or getting into the market. That's about it. I think you will probably have more understanding and idea in the evening's afternoon session.
Good noon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I have a few questions. One of the slides you mentioned about the board. So what are all the things comes under the board? What are all the points comes under the
comes under the which one? Sorry.
Board. BOARD board.
The board. Board.
Yes, yes.
Okay, board. See, if it's a small startup, you might have only one business person. As a sole proprietor company, you have only one person who is executing as part of the executive board. You might have different, executive managers underneath you. Yes, but you are the whole and soul of the company. In a sole proprietorship firm, that's how it would work. In a private company or an LLP kind of a company, you would see that there will be one or two more directors, or there could be investors. Let us say if you have but a particular product which has the potential to go and get the investment from the VCs or VC funding you have got. So, or the angel investors, you probably getting the investors into, as part of your company, as in they probably partly they hold some of the shares of your company. So they also can become part of your board. Okay, apart from your executive teams, who can be part of your team, who can actually make decisions on behalf of the business owner. That's about the board, which I wanted to clearly mention, because these are the people who are going to take decisions either as a business owner or on behalf of the business owners or the company.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I have another question, ma'am.
Yeah.
I mentioned in the one slide the internal reviews. If a company provided a service or product, is there any internal review option really exist?
Company, sorry, I come again. Internal review.
Yeah. If a company provides a service or product, is there any internal review option really exist?
Absolutely. Because any product which goes into the market, right? How it is not about only assessing the revenue part. You also need to assess whether the company, the product is properly perceived in the market, whether it has been able to achieve its mark in the industry, how the customers are able to, visualize or use it, how they are actually experiencing it, what are their experience factors. It all matters. Internally also, you have to see how your people are properly engaged to deliver that product in the market. Like, for example, some retailer companies, they sell other product company products and under their roof. So they will have field salesmen who would go and sell your products outside. Definitely they also play a very important role, because they're actually your business understanding they are giving, your product understanding they are giving. Okay, your service, or your actually some business development manager goes out and talks on behalf of the company for the product or service which they are actually promoting. They also make a lot of difference in terms of the commitment which is going to be given to the customer, the potential behind using the product or the service. So there definitely they not only experience, but also the quality and the other factors also are brought out, right? And that's where the confidence develops. The confidence develops, right? So internally also you have to make sure that your team is being assessed in terms of whether they are able to deliver that value or the vision or the product or service on how you would, as a business owner, would like to give it in the market.
Okay, I have another question.
Yeah.
The question is how to convert the desirable aspect to feasible aspect.
Yeah. So when it comes to see, we as a business owner, we all have a to-do list, right? We all have a to-do list. I'm a strong believer of having a to-do list for myself. at the beginning of your day, unless you have a to-do list for yourself, you will not be able to achieve, or probably achieve even half of that by the end of the day. Same applies to the business. Unless you have your business goals set, your desirable goals set, you wouldn't know that yes, you have built the potential, or you have the potential to bring that into the market or not, right? So those desirable features is first thing which you will be looking at. Now, how do you make it feasible is something, like I said, there are three elements we talked about, right? Process, people, and technology. So when you bring in a particular desirable aspect or a feature against your product or service, you have to make sure that yes, is it clear enough on how we are going to achieve the process around it, achieve the people engagement around it, achieve how the technology is going to be used around that desirable feature. I think if we are clear on all those aspects, it can definitely be made feasible. Like one desirable aspect is, let us say, I have a vision of promoting my company products at a very low cost. Okay, and how, if I have that vision, let us say as a startup, I cannot really put in a lot of money in terms of marketing or bringing in the visibility in the market, but I do have the desire of bringing the marketing and the visibility in the market, right? So how do I achieve it? Now you can probably possibly build on as simple as the basic elements as social media engagement, where it doesn't cost much, only with the engagement. Yes, lead generation may cost, but as such as the engagement may not cost much to you, right? Then the second thing is the WhatsApp marketing. I think right now, in the last couple of months, we have seen is that WhatsApp, marketing is taken on huge benefits people are actually seeing. So can you really leverage the WhatsApp marketing as a way to build that marketing and efficiency in terms of building your visibility in the market? So how do you make sure that desire what you have as one of the bullet points against your operational functions and make it feasible? So that's how you have to have a plan in place. How are you going to achieve that plan in place? And what are those smaller elements which we have to bring, or achievable elements which will make it this desire feasible? Am I clear?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think we understood the three aspects of the business: the process, the people, the technology, and in core, your business plan, and the micro operations level on how each department and how each level you have to manage it very well and in line with your business objective. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Gitanjali. It was wonderful connecting with the students. I'm so glad that you have been able to make it interactive, and I love being being there. In fact, yeah.
Ma'am, myself Rajiv Prasad, I'm a professor here. I just wanted to know, I just wanted suggestion for my students. If anybody is looking to become an entrepreneur, what is that you suggest them to do? How do you suggest them to go about it? One small suggestions to, because we have all BBA, BCom, MCom, MBA students here, and many of would be interested to become entrepreneurs, but they don't know where to start, how to start. Many people will have some replication business ideas, but they don't know how to differentiate or how to go about it. So if you could help them to with some suggestions, it would be great. Thank you.
Yeah. Sure, sir. Thank you so much for that question. I know it is not only for the startups or the small businesses. I think this kind of questions also happens to be the same even for the established businesses when they are actually growing their verticals or, different engagements as such, or building on their revenue streams. So I would say when it comes to any startup, I think if your idea is strong, sometimes they say that idea itself is not going to bring you business, right? So how do you make sure that your idea is strengthened? One, either you have the capability to build your business on your own. Yes, if you do not have that build, or you still have the doubts, identify people who can actually support you. There are three things, right? If you're any business to function properly, one is marketing, one is the business operations, one is the financial aspects, right? These three things, when you see any of the bigger companies, they have their CEOs, Chief Executive Officer, CFOs, Chief Financial Officer, CTOs, Chief Technology Officer, CIOs, Information Officer, right? So if you, in simple words, what I meant to say is you have to make these 4 or 5 elements strong in order to make sure that your business is strengthened. And for that to happen, either you should be having a good understanding on all these 4 functions, or you have a proper team either underneath you as an executive team, or who can actually support you, or you go out and see whether there can be business mentors in the market who are available to help you for your business growth. So I think team at the end of the day is very important for any business to grow and fast, because as a businessman, he cannot scale up the business. Maybe 6 months he will run the business for some time, but someday or the other, he will have to see that the scalability happens, right? So on the long term, have a long-term view, build your, strength when you're starting off, build the process controls in place in terms of your financials, operations, marketing, and the other, areas which we talked about. Small things which you can make sure that, yes, bit by bit, you are actually developing yourself, and you will be there. See, unless we dream, we will never be able to achieve our dreams.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you. Initially, we lost the connection with you. Can you repeat the 4 functions for us?
What I was saying is, see, any bigger companies, as you would see, we have 4 important core functions, right? The CEO, Chief Executive Officers, Chief Information Officer, Chief Technology Officer, Chief Financial Officer, right? And Chief Marketing Officers. These are 4 to 5 elements for any business to evolve and function appropriately. So if I have to put it in a simple words, each of these functions have to have been, thought through either by having a team who has a good hold on all of these functions. Either you as a business owner can start looking at it, which is impossible to really achieve as a single man or a single, person. You have to have the right team in place to support you. So slowly build on your capabilities where you can know that, yes, your idea has to first evolve, get into the market, look at those sustenance factors, and slowly, one by one, add on those team members who can strengthen your business and bring profitability and scalability to your business.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Any more questions? No. Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. We are done with the questions, and it was a wonderful session with you. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, and pleasant day all.
The lunch is arranged on the downstairs in the parking lot for everyone. Please have your lunch and come back for the post-lunch sessions on legal aspects of entrepreneurship and a speaker who will talk about her entrepreneur journey, Ms. Amrita Bajpai. Thank you so much. We'll come back at 1:30. Please be seated for 5 minutes until it is arranged. Sorry, you can just be seated. We have an entertainment now.
Guys, one second. Lunch is being arranged in the -2. What you need to do is you need to take, when you go out, take left and then immediate right. You'll get left on the right. Take that left, go to press -2, go to -2, and then again take left, and then take left, and on your left you will have food. But for that to happen, see, you saw so many lefts and rights. So cook is confused, so he's still arranging, he's confused where to go, where to arrange. So please wait for 5 minutes. And in that 5 minutes, I would like to know how many of you really are interested to become entrepreneurs. Neha, Tumare Jaiswal, Rishabh, Srihari, Kush, you also. Tilak, who else? Mandya. Okay, Saho, who else? Shivkaran. Oh, Nagendra sir. Even I want to become an entrepreneur. I have a great idea. I need investors. If anybody has 15 to 20 lakhs, come to me, we'll start a business which will be super duper hit in the entire state, and then we'll go extend to India. Okay. And yeah, so Radha wants, sorry, Pavitra, Shreyas Goda, Shivkaran. Anybody else? This side, what's your name? Monisha. Yeah, Monisha. And then anybody else? Poor participation from C section and B section here also. Is it? I don't see any one person lifting hand from B or C section. Are we that bad? Are you not entrepreneurial? Do you want to work for these people? No? You want to work for yourself? Or you want to work for your Google, Amazon and all? Nobody from this side of B section. Nobody wants to become entrepreneur.
They want government job.
So how many of you want government jobs? Yeah, actually that is correct. How many of you want government jobs? Poonam Badargade, Santosh, Shivkaran, all CRs. Anybody else? C-section, entrepreneurs? Nobody. Why? Come on, why? I don't understand. Why do you want to work for others? You don't ask me why I'm working for others, because it's very difficult for me to open up a MBA college and then, again hire people and teach. It's very difficult. If I was working as a HR or something, then you would have asked me the question. I agree. But for now, I can't do anything. How many of you are interested in teaching profession here? Farhan? Okay. Anybody else? Amrut? You're interested in writing profession, I know. Nobody is interested in teaching profession as well? Sir, don't say that, sir. They'll feel that I came here because I didn't get any job. I was a university topper, sir. I had 3 jobs in my hand, so don't say that, sir. I know, sir, but even then, their minds are very imaginative. I don't want to give them time to imagine things. Okay, see, why I'm asking is that this workshop is totally made for you guys. If anybody has any intentions to become entrepreneur or anybody wants to do something other than 9 to 5 job, then this is one of your opportunities to actually learn and get to know. How many of you? I don't know how many of you saw. What is the budget line for MSMEs, medium-sized companies, large companies as well as small. Right? If you see that, even government has so many these laws, initiatives where Startup India and then Stand Up India, where they even give money for based on your categories. There is cost you can avail, and then women, I see so many ladies coming from B section. Right? You have a separate thing called as women entrepreneurship. You will be given money by the government of India if you want to start a company. The only one condition is that your stake in that company should be 51%. If you have the maximum stake, you will get plenty of course to start your business if your business has a good credibility in the market, right? And same way we have caste, yeah. And even when it comes to caste based, also we have certain SC/ST guidelines where it need not be the person who is heading completely should be SC/ST. Even if the stake of that person in the company, right? If it is SC or belong to SC or ST, you will be getting a lot of funding for your company to start with, right? And also for Startup India, you will be getting a funding from the government of India, as well as you'll have a tax waiver for it. You don't have to pay for taxes for next 2 years, and you don't have to pay back the money. You don't have to pay any interest for that money for next 2 to 3 years. They'll give that waiver also. So when you have these kind of opportunities which is existing in India, I think it's time for us to get into business rather than just doing 9 to 5 job. I'm damn sure you might be thinking that I want to work in Google, Facebook, or Infosys. They're very cool companies and all that. But imagine only one thing I'll tell you, that there
device is connected.
Super. Sir, இது ஒன்று எங்களுக்கு வெண்டடிஸ் போகுது சார்.
மாதி டெஸ்ட் இருக்காங்க. மாதி டெஸ்ட். அதுதான்.
ஓகே. ஆன்லைன் கைது.
சூப்பர். சொல்லுங்க வேணா தர வைக்கிறேன்.
சார். அது பேமெண்ட் அது எங்க யூனிவர்சிட்டி பில்லிங் பண்ணாங்க. எவ்வளவு சார் இது?
இது
90,000.
சூப்பர்.
அது வந்து நான் வச்சிருக்கேன் 35,000 rupees.
I keep பண்ணேன். சரி.
இல்ல.
போட்டிட்டா? இல்ல இங்க இருந்து போதும் இந்த சார்ஜர் போட்டுமா
போதும் 80% வச்சிருக்கீங்களா
சார்ஜர் இதுல பாத்துருங்க அவ்வளவுதான்
எக்ஸலுக்கு ஆடியோ அவுட்புட் எக்ஸ்பெக்ட்
ಊಟ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ವಾ
ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್
ಊಟ
ஷேர் பண்ணி டெக்ஸ்ட் போயிட்டாங்க
ஆமா ஓகே சார்
நீங்க இப்போ பண்ணிக்கிறேன் பண்ணிக்கிறேன்
ஸ்டாப் ஷேர் மல்டிபிள் ஷேர் பண்ணலாம் சார் ஓகே ஃபுல் ஸ்கிரீன் ஷேர் பண்ணலாம் இன்ஸ்டெட் ஆஃப் ஒன்லி பீப்பிள் அவங்க வந்து வேற அப்ளிகேஷன்
that is called a screen share from the computer desktop.
But I am doing application. Only PPT.
அதான் நீங்க desktop போயிட்டு screen share பண்ணி தான் பண்ணணும். Okay. Direct is not கரெக்டா ஒர்க் ஆகும். ஏன்னா டீப் ப்ராப்ளம் முடிச்சாங்கன்னா டேரக்டா போட்டு ஏதோ ஒரு டிஸ்கனெக்ட் ஆகும்
அதெல்லாம்
Yes, first time. Yeah. That's all. Events video will be available.
Open video will be available.
Hey, तुझ्याकडे you have that, no? Okay. Okay. I'll give after the session. And the important. You also have to be. Once I
Good afternoon to one and all. Welcome back after lunch. It's a great pleasure to have with us Dr. Narendra Babu, Head RUAS Innovation Center, who will be introducing to RUAS Innovation Center. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Narendra Babu. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you.
Next.
Yeah, good afternoon all. So had nice lunch. Probably it should not happen that another 15 minutes I bore you and you go to sleep. Hopefully it will not. So let us make it an interactive session. Just a couple of questions I expect from you after the session, because it is involved with your academics, it is involved with your curriculum. So best you can take it from this particular thing. This is an opportunity for you. So quickly, so this innovation center, I'm going to discuss about the activities of the innovation center and basically our team members and things like that. So how you get benefited from these things, that is basically to look at. So this is the agenda of my session. Before I just jump to the innovation center thing, anybody can you answer me what is innovation? Just not a definition, just throw an answer kind of. Stray answer, no issues. New idea, creativity, any discovery. That's good that when the moment when we say innovation, that kind of similar thoughts in everyone's head to moves towards that kind of a thing. Yes, it is that only. Let us see what kind of a thing. This is a normal usage. Every one of us. What do you think about this? See, without critical reviews, no product evolves. Nothing else. So it's a welcome thing. Anyways, so maybe I have put a stray image. You look at the products or the daily way, from waste they generate so many useful things. You look at YouTube or any browse for the things, how to generate waste, wonderful things from the waste. You'll see 101 beautiful ideas. So how do they emerge? Because of innovative thinking. Many of those ideas go waste. So if we can just relook into those things, we'll see, alternative ideas and lateral thinking in our daily life. Innovation is a state of mind. Don't go by only one statement or as such. There are multiple definitions on this. Anyway, but to tell you, this kind of a mindset, having this definition helps us to move on or with our life. Need not be only for the money earning purpose, but our day-to-day problems, day-to-day things, we can ease our life. We can lifestyle, all these things we can adopt. Anyway, innovation can simply mean taking something that already exists and making it better. It could be anything. It could be anything in your day-to-day life. What you use, the policies that you look at, or the procedures that you deal with, or the business, the policies, or in any venture that you are looking at. So you want to make it better. That is an innovation. Why innovation? That's a simple answer that anybody can look into that. It's the need of the hour. That's true. But we look from the history, starting from 1785 to even I have not extended this old graph. Excuse me for that. Anyway, but you look at now we are in the 6th wave, where you can see the first wave, second wave. this wave of technology emerging was targeted, kind of like you see these kind of ventures, textiles, commerce, the water, power, these kind of things. Then later, gradually electricity and then electronics, aviation, space. Finally, we are into what? Sustainability and many other areas, green chemistry, industrial ecology, renewable energy, this kind of thing. Here, as we go ahead, more of innovation only will work. That is, relook on the existing thing and improve. Because overnight, everything will not fall from sky. New things will not emerge. It's all lateral thinking and giving a new shape to the existing thing. So it is an innovative thing. So innovation is the central issue in the economic prosperity. If country is looking for the innovation index for the country, the ARIA rating, the institution innovation rating. So there are many huge rating is coming up. Nation is rated based on the innovation. So there is a part, there is a role that we have to play in this regard as well. So I think you have clicked. Yeah, let's click. Yeah. No, the focus has taken out from, yes, yeah. So future is all about innovation. Now, with an idea that there is a huge vision, so we have to play a small role from our university. How do we engage ourselves as a university with the students? How do we inculcate this innovation culture? How do we bring them onto the innovation platform? That is the responsibility of the Innovation Center. And here we go with Innovation Center. And I am not going to read out all the things because of the time. This presentation is for say 15 minutes, but it can be extended to 1 day also. So much we can talk, but this is not the platform. But all these PPTs are available in the website, university website. So some of the things that you can download, and that let me focus on what is really relevant and useful to you now. So the main idea is to encourage students and staff to incubate their innovation through the CSR initiatives, or for now it is the promoting the and nurturing the innovation culture among the students. This is the primary aim of the Innovation Center. So again, the detailed objectives, that is, it's like a bridging the gap between the academics and the startups or entrepreneurship and things like that. There is a gap. There is a huge gap. That gap, we are trying to make we are making an effort to bridge that gap. So basically, encourage staff and students to come up with the new ideas and patent those ideas. Of course, the other department is coordinating, but we are providing a platform. Like recently, we had Innovation Day where many patent holders presented their ideas. So that kind of a thing. So our team right now, we have representatives and coordinators from each faculty, and there are some departments in FAT. Each department we have, and from each faculty we have one representatives. So we are 13 people. So these are some of the activities. Like Innovation Center conducts hackathons, DIY tutorials, incubation support, institution innovation council activities, trainings, workshops, competitions, and challenges. Who can participate? Everybody can participate. If you are a student of ROS, yes, your platform is open to you, and it's purely interdisciplinary. You can come, you can team up with somebody in FET or somebody in pharmacy or somebody in FMPS and participate in any of these things. It's truly interdisciplinary. Now comes the important thing that is relevant to you. That's innovation courses. Yeah. We are bored with test 1, test 2, assignment 1, assignment 2, and the classroom teaching and things like that. Am I sure? And the heads of the departments and deans are here. And yeah, so now to come up dealing that kind of a thing, one attempt is made, a non-classroom oriented courses. That means you see some of the courses are introduced so that win-win situation for the student mainly. More focused on student this thing. The employability nowadays is asking for something new apart from your mass card. Correct. So what extra you have, people ask in the interviews and things like that. If you give, I am the topper in the class, that really doesn't impress them. So you have to impress them in a different way. So something else. So do we have that space and time for that something else? Say going and competing, participating in some other competitions, and then coming back, and then there is no time for us to read the regular subjects. So what if we bring those kind of accomplishments under this subjects so that we get credits as well as we get certificates and employability possibilities are more. That is the idea of the innovation courses. These courses are non-classroom. You don't have to sit in the class. You don't have to take attendance. You don't have to write exams and tests, anything. So that's so beautiful, right? If you don't have anything. So how do you do this? You can participate in any competition. Say, for example, design thinking and innovation. It's an open elective course offering 3 credits. Day one, when you are joined RUAS, first semester, these courses are open to you. You start accumulating the certificates, keep participating, keep winning the things. When you come to the pre-final year, you submit to the respective department, and then you earn credits. I'm going to show you a flow of events. Before that, this is the design thinking and innovation. Winning an award in challenge, competition, exhibition related events. Here, the word winning is very important. You get credits only when you win here something. And then skill development. Here, those who have not won any prize or anything, but still they get credits under this. Same thing, participation, because many people we participate and we attend seminars, DIY tutorials, trainings, yes, including this. Let's say, for example, if you have the proof, even this workshop can fetch you credits. So all these things under skill development, industrial problem solving and hackathons. Say industrial problem solving, any hackathons, not only India, Smart India hackathon kind of a thing, any recognized, reputed hackathon kind of a thing. If you have participated and won or participated, you are going to get 3 credits under this. So what is the flow of events? How do you do this? How do you accomplish this entire thing? So you just register for this course and then say you participate, either say in this case, design thinking, you win and then get the certificate and appropriate supporting documents and then submit it to the required document to online portal. We are going to provide you online portal. For now it is manually you can submit until we float this, and this is under pipeline. This is the pipeline right now. So this HOD and along with RUAS IC member will evaluate this and say the grade obtained, whatever, let's say the marks that you have got is not sufficient, then you recycle again, you get one more competition and get certificate. Otherwise, yes, you completed the course, you have completed the course. Done with this. Same thing, and the assessment strategy, winning a prize in the intra-college, only let's say you won a prize within your department or things like that. Yes, it's a passing mark kind of a thing. Starting with here, you are going to say national level and international level, you are going to get O grade. So that's the level. That means like national level, international level, regional level, state level. So how do we decide these things? Yes, of course, who is organizing the event, what number of participants, all these things matter. So based on that, the panel or the evaluator and the exam, the member will recommend for the appropriate credits. Same thing, exactly what we discussed in the previous course, except that here you don't need to win anything. Here, if you participate something in some listed thing events, that's fine. That means you get a certificate, and according to the documents that are requested, you are going to upload those things and you will be evaluated, and this continues. So here again, to in-house any workshops, say C grade, to in-house plus some other, go outside and participate and equip, and one regional, then one state level, one national plus in-house. So you're going to get under skill development 3 courses. And then this is problem solving and hackathon. Here there are 2 phases. One phase is RUAS Innovation Center is going to conduct one preliminary phase 1 evaluation, where there will be a panel, and then panel will evaluate the idea that you are proposing to the problem solving, industrial problem solving, and then even if it is accepted or not accepted, you are going to get the you're going to get this phase 1 credits, and then phase 2 will be evaluated by the department itself, the department panel itself. So, and then we are going to get the average of these things, and then you are going to get the appropriate marks, credits. This is industrial problems. So here, maybe if within the RUAS, that means like your ideas are not accepted to the outside world. Only within the RUAS it's done. Say up to A grade you can, A+ grade you can score. Say outside world, that means some agency or some reputed agency or MHRD or any industry has accepted that kind of thing, then it can go up to O+. O, A+ or O, something. So that is the thing. And the process I have explained you at the pre-final year, we are going to take all the certificates that you have accomplished like this, and then we are going to offer the 3 credits appropriately. So apart from that, we have Innovation Council. I'm going to just browse through this. Innovation Council conducts all these events, exhibitions, hackathons, webinars, online trainings, project exhibition, things like that. So these are some of the previous activities that were there. So there are many accomplishments from the students. Previous, I think from FMC also, many people have won this, and these are some of the previous accomplishments from the students. Yeah, so that's all from my side. It was a quick session, but if you have any doubts, you please ask me. And you have respective each faculty would have a coordinator. Mrs. Shilpa is coordinating from FMC. You can reach out to her if you have any doubts. You can download this PPT from the website and register. You don't need to register. Just keep acquiring the certificates. Once you have sufficient number of certificates, just give it to her. A Xerox copy of that you give to her, done. We will evaluate and give you the 3 credits. Open elective, under the open elective. These are in place of open electives. You don't have to go to the open elective. Before even final year itself, you have the credits. And that space, that time you can use it for some other work, useful work in the final year. That's the intention. So, any doubt?
Sir, is it only for UG or is it for PG also?
As if now UG, if your dean accepts, then we will float it for PG also. It's the dean decision. We are going to check with him. As if now it is UG. No, but it's flexible. So you just talk to dean, and if it is open elective, if it is there, wherever open elective is there, that is applicable. So we'll just have to.
Right now we are offering open elective only UG.
UG.
So still not for PG.
Yeah, if you don't have open elective, as if now you can't claim this. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful presentation about the activities conducted by RUAS Innovation Center. I hope students will definitely contribute towards RUAS Innovation Center. Thank you. It's a great pleasure to have with us Mr. Shrideep, Executive Technology Business Incubation and Entrepreneurship Development Cell, who will be introducing to RTBI, Ramaya Technology Business Incubator. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Shrideep. Thank you. Over to you, Shrideep.
I have one question to sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I've been seeing that from Innovation Center, there are so many competitions, which are either hackathon or something related to tech. But is there something where our MBA or BBA becomes
Yeah, business plan. That's what that industry. What the hackathon is there now. Let's say title. Don't get carried away with the title. Any problem that you are in the industrial problem solving. That's the title that we are given, because one title you have to come up with something which accommodates the entire ROAS. We don't have such a title which so skill development is a general title. Like that, we don't have titles for various courses. So we just have industrial problem solving. Under industrial problem solving, say if you have proposed certain things to the industry, something where they have accepted. Absolutely, there is.
No, sir. What I'm saying is the competitions, what I've seen so far. Like, last year we had competition regarding food. That you can come up with some, you're given some choice of food. With that, they can come up with a product or something like that. So, like that, can our student have a competition where they can come up with a business plan competition, where they can propose a business plan, which they can execute, and they can show you maybe they can forecast the results of it or profits of it. That's something which is for the management student. Because otherwise, I've seen food technology products over there, or I've seen only this coding, something like engineering. Most of the
propose those themes, no?
Yeah, actually, I remember. I understand where you are.
Underwater, what is that?
Even aerospace.
Yes. So we will do one thing. Definitely, henceforth. I understand that previous 1 or 2 competitions where very little role or very no role was there from FMC, students' opportunities. We target mainly for the FMC. In one such listing, we will definitely make sure that some that at least some business plan proposal or something.
Thank you so much.
Maybe I was talking to Shiva sir this thing. Even a few more things are there in pipeline only for FMC. So we will see if only we target FMC. Maybe for the final year project, even that kind of a thing, bigger one, where you have non-classroom, slightly deviating from the regular thing. So if it get approved from the academic thing, that will also be a big opportunity for us.
Maybe they product they develop business plan for that.
Yeah, so those things. So we will keep that in mind, and see that FMC also has certain role to play. Thank you. Thank you.
Ellarigu namaskara. Very good afternoon to all. So I'm Sridip. I represent Ramaya Technology Business Incubator. Before starting my presentation, I would like to say a couple of things. So as you all know, Bangalore is recognized as a startup capital of India. And in the year 2017, we have written a proposal to Government of Karnataka to setting up a incubation center within the campus. So in the year 2018, they have sanctioned us the incubation center, and we have we have started our incubation center in the year 2019, basically. So I'll just go through it. Basically, it is a joint venture with the Government of Karnataka and Ramaya University of Applied Sciences. We are located in Peenya. Basically, our idea was to create an ecosystem within the university campus. So by utilizing all the facility, whatever is there within the university, like say, for example, like Narendra Babu sir said, so getting all the ideas or getting the projects from all the technology field, maybe from FET, FMC, FLHS, and taking all the ideas. So we helped all the innovators to, come and use our facility, which is there in Peenya, and to start your own venture as a startup or as an entrepreneur. So as you can see, Mr. Gaurav Gupta is an IAS. He inaugurated our center. As I said, our main intention is to bring out the ideas and the potential within the students, faculty members, and in the general public. And we encourage them, if they have any idea, we welcome them into our center. We sit with them, we help in the ideation, we help to modify the ideas, and we will take it to the next level by giving them the office space and the infrastructure facilities, whatever is there in our Peenya campus. So as per the Government of Karnataka mandate, we are serving these 3 main thrust areas like Internet of Things, electronic system design and manufacturing, robotics and intelligent systems. So anybody who is having the innovative idea with particular to these 3 thrust areas can come to us directly So you can submit us a proposal saying that you have this particular idea in your mind and you want to do an R&D using our facility, whatever we are giving, and we will definitely welcome you. And we are not just restricting ourselves with respect to these 3 trust areas. If at all you have anything technical, please come to us. We are there to help you out till you succeed as a startup or an entrepreneur. Yeah, this is how our system works. Basically, the innovator will come with an idea. So we sit with them, we mentor his idea. So we will try to, whatever the technical help he or she needs with respect to their idea, will be there to help you out. It can be a manufacturing help, it can be an R&D help, it can be a analysis help, a design help, everything we do. So yes, financial modeling help from the FMC department, definitely. So those things we do, and we make sure within 1 year or 1.5 years, the innovator will be graduated from our incubation center as an incubator or as a startup. Yeah, these will be the takeaway from any innovator or any incubator who is walking in our incubation center. One is infrastructure facility. I'll just show you what are all there. Testing labs, like all the workshops, testing labs, what we have it in Pina campus and across university, we will give an access to that. And mentorship, as I was mentioning earlier, we have an industrial consultancy division within our university itself, which interacts with more than 300 industries for both public and private sector industries across India. So we help them, by using their expertise, we allot them a mentor for incubating, so that with the help of mentors, they can definitely, take their idea further. And project case studies, whatever we have solved, whatever the industrial consultancy division is doing right now and what it has done previously. So we will share a couple of project case studies to you, so that with the help of that, you can take the ideas further. And yes, networking and the funding, as of now, we are working on it. So soon we'll be roping up a couple of venture capitalists and angel investors to our board of management. So that is an added advantage to you. Yeah, as you can see, this is a facility which is in Pina. We have a 5-seater one, 2-seater one office spaces, and we have a shared desk also. This entire office space is a Wi-Fi enabled, and as you can see, we have one bigger conference room, one meeting room, cafeteria, everything. It is just like any other co-working space you get in Bangalore. So it is in Pina. We try to maintain that co-working space standards across Bangalore. Yeah, this is a RTBA laboratory. As I said, we have an world-class machineries. So we have invested huge amount in this, and a couple of the machineries are the first installation in entire India. HP Jet Fusion 3D printer. It is the first installation in entire India. We have invested a huge amount in it. So all the R&D related work, all the manufacturing, modeling, everything, we are able to print it in that particular printer. And this 3D scanner, what you can see, we can scan an entire car using this 3D scanner, which is very helpful in reverse engineering and designing part. Yeah, that is one of the the other 3D printer which prints the materials in ABS material. So this is the testing chamber, EMI/EMC testing chamber, which is helpful in testing the antennas for all the military related activities. So it is under construction. So soon that will be operational. The center facility is is available in Pina. So I request you to all. So whenever you are free, you can just drop in a visit from morning 10 to 6. We are available. Yes, as I said, the mentorship is concerned, like we have already signed an agreement with both Pina Industrial Association, with the many other public sector and private sector companies. So all the heads of that companies are very close to us. They will help you out with the mentoring or whatever you are required in with respect to your ideas or startups. Yeah, there are a couple of schemes which are available in government of Karnataka, both in central government and state government, under the Startup India scheme, under the Startup Karnataka scheme, under Atmanirbhar scheme. So you can just avail it. So you can just come to us. We will help you out to reach out to the government funding, whatever the best we can. So yeah, these are the companies which are right now incubated in our incubation center. We have 7 companies. 2 of them are working on e-learning platform. 2 are from robotics. 2 are from biomedical devices. And here one happiest thing is 2 of our alumni. They have got incubated here. They are working on the robotics ideas. That is Mr. Anush. His company registration is under process right now. Yeah, as you all know, because of COVID-19 initiative, we are letting out our office space for free for 3 months. So if you have anybody in your contact, or if you are willing to come and avail this particular offer, please do visit our Pinia campus. Our contact details are here. You can just note it down, or you can just visit us. Yeah, I'm done. Thank you. If you have any question, I'll be happy to answer.
Sir, you have mentioned about the financial structure of FMC. So how this, could you just briefly describe about it?
Sorry, financial?
You earlier mentioned the financial support structure.
Yeah. See, basically, suppose, let's say, financial structure support in the sense, suppose you are a startup, you're an innovator or entrepreneur. You have, suppose, let's keep it as you are an engineering background. You are engineer, you don't have any knowledge with respect to the marketing, business plan, financial modeling, everything. Okay. We have a couple of mentors from the FMC. So suppose, let's say, Uday Kumar sir is there. From the finance, madam is there, Usha ma'am is there. So from the finance, so we will link you to them. So with the help of them, they'll help you out with building your financial modeling. So everything. So funding for your idea is our headache. I mean, our incubation center responsibility. So we will get you the funding for your idea, whatever you want to take it up. Yeah.
So I have a business plan which is related to tourism.
Okay.
Will you guys help me to get funding for that? Or is it only related to
See, basically we believe in ecosystem. No, we believe in ecosystem. The main reason for us to start this center is we are, as per the proposal what we have written it to government of Karnataka, and we had a location constraints. So since we are located in Pinia and it is an industrial association, I mean hub of industries. So unfortunately, we are concentrating on only technical part. So for with respect to tourism part, definitely there is an opportunity in tourism department. I mean in their website. Definitely you can visit their website, and you will be. I hope you will get some information with respect to your idea.
One more question. Can we assume that in future maybe you would even get the thirst area also to be part of material center of homes, where we can directly when I say I, it's not about me area for students who are interested. I want to become entrepreneurs and have ideas related to maybe water industry or tourism industry.
Yeah.
Or something which is not so tech savvy business. So will there be any opportunity in the near future?
See, to be very honest with you, our mandate is like a Bible to us. So we need to run it. We need to run it as per that. So that is the only reason we are concentrating on the technical part. As with respect to office space is concerned, we will definitely make sure we will have an office space as a registered office space in Pinia. That is, I can promise you that.
We'll do financial modeling.
No, with TDF is concerned, you can just, I forgot to mention, there is a technology development fund which is available for our staff and students in our university. Maybe I think Somashekar is heading it. You can just, Mr. Somashekar. I mean, TDF itself is a separate department. You can have a word with him. There is a funding available. There is a funding. So, Thank you.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Sir, as you told in your PPT that you have the link with 300 different companies, so how it will be help to the management or FMC students for getting the internship in management should have. So because the whole concept of your this is regarding for the IT students or the technical or the engineering students. So what is the benefit for
See,
that?
need not to. You don't restrict yourself saying that you are just a pure management guy. See, I'm a pure management guy. So basically, you can just team up with whoever is a technical in your friend circle. Whoever is pure technical guy, you can just team up with them and you can start your own venture here. There are two industries which are doing like this only in our center. So the internship and the placement is concerned. So whenever we are interacting with the companies, we do get couple of inquiries from the industries saying that they are having an opening for interns and some position. So we directly pass it to placement department. They'll take care of it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Srini. I think as rightly said by Shrideep, you should team up with your friends probably in terms of the technological and take advantage. Or if you know your family and friends who need this, just help them out, pass on this message that we have an incubation center here, a room, a space, an office space for them to start up their startup. Okay, next we have speaker number 3, the legal, going to talk about the legal issues in entrepreneurship, Ms. Ilpa Chaudhary. Welcome, ma'am. Hope you can hear me.
Yes, I
Yes,
can.
I can. Yes. Ma'am, will you just check that whether you can share the screen with us?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. I call upon Professor Nagendra sir to please welcome the speaker to the audience here.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nagendra. I'm one of the professors in the Faculty of Management and Commerce in Ramaya University of Applied Sciences. I take a lot of pleasure in welcoming today's speaker for the session. It is going to start immediately. Her name is Shilpa Chaudhary, and I'll give some background about her. She works as a legal associate in Lex Protector. She heads the Bangalore branch of the firm. She has completed her LLB with a specialization in intellectual property from KIIT University, Odisha. Apart from doing specialization in IPR, she has also done various IPR related courses on intellectual of WIPO, that is World Intellectual Property Organization, and she has represented Lex Protector company in various platforms such as World Trade Center and Startup Odisha. Lex Protector is a full-fledged law firm specializing in the intellectual property needs of business entities, not only in India but around the globe, with its presence in India, the US, Australia, European Union, and the UK. Lex Protector is a part of the World Trade Center Odisha and has been awarded as the Startup of the Year, Startup to Watch, and has been featured in the Silicon India magazine. With that introduction, I would like to quickly hand over the virtual stage to Shilpa Chaudhary. Over to you, madam. We welcome you.
Thank you so much for that amazing introduction. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'll start with what are the legal issues which are related when it comes to entrepreneurship. So the things which I am going to cover is, how to choose what kind of business organization you want to go for. And then there are various tips, like what are the intellectual properties which you need to, protect, or how will you even know what are the intellectual properties which you are making. Then what are the agreements which you need to look at, and what are the business licenses you get. And then of course we'll have a question and answer discussion. So, as one very intelligent person has said, ideas are easy, implementation is very hard. Now, Why? I will talk about that. So in Lex Protector, we have a very nice, I would say, tagline that is create, protect, utilize, maximize. So what do I mean when I say this? Create, whenever you are creating a company, it is very important to protect it because you are making this company from scratch. You have your ideas involved and everything. So you need to protect it vehemently. So once you protect it, only creating and protecting is not going to give you any returns, right? So you need to get returns from your company. How will you do it? You will utilize this company and you will maximize whatever resources you have to get the money out of all these things. So of course, ideas are easy. You come up with this idea, you created a company, but then follows all the procedure of how you can protect all these things. So what is a startup? A startup is, and you come up with a new business idea. You think that you are doing some kind of innovation or some new invention which no one has done. You have the technology, you are very passionate about it, and boom, you have a startup with you. So it is a young company, you have come up with it. But when you start this company, you come up with a lot of things which will stop you or which might make you think that, you know what, just drop it. I will not start a business. And one of those things are the legal compliances. So what do I mean when I say this? So you think you come up with this idea, it's a very good idea, and you think that, hey, you know what, no one is doing anything regarding this. So I think I can actually make a company out of it and I can be an entrepreneur. But then you realize that, oh, hey, wait, there are actually a lot of legalities and other things which I need to take care of. Who will do that? So let's chuck it. Well, you don't have to chuck it. There are various ways how you can start a company. So, of course, when you are starting a company, it's a new company, you have thought about it, and you want this company to be legally recognized. You want your company's name to be there in the MCA portal. So, how to go about it? Well, there are various kinds of companies, such as private limited company, limited liability partnership, OPC, and other forms. So, I'll go in details for each one of them. So what is a private limited company? A private limited company is a company when you and your friend, one or two, three of your friends, you just think that, I want to start a company, and you just go about it. You onboard all these friends of yours, you make them directors, and you start this company. Because this is a company which needs minimum of two director and maximum of 15. So you start this company and you can also have maximum 50 shareholders. So you can get funding from outside as well. So that's one way of going about it. Private limited company, you are legally recognized, your name comes in the MCA, and you also get all the benefits which are given to the startup. Now you might think that, hey, you know what, but I don't have investors right now. This is a limited group of people. So we just want to start a business. How will we go about it? Well, worry not, because there is another type of company which is called limited liability partnership. So if you are a close team of people and you are coming up with the idea, and you are not forcing or you are not looking at investors as of now, you just want to start this company. In future it might happen that, you might get investment from outside, but for that this time being, you can start this company in the LLP format. And these will be, the limited liability partnership. Only the partners who have given the money are liable. Okay. So of course, this can be converted into a private limited company when you are ready for investment from outside. So these are two type of company which you can think about. Next, you might say that, but Shilpa, you know what? I don't have any other friend, or I'm only one person. I'm thinking about starting this business. So are you telling me that I don't have any way to start? Well, certainly not. You can come up or you can start your own company in the form of one person company. So I think the name is very clear what a one person company is. So it's one person running the whole show. So you get to be a single entrepreneur, you get to be the director of the company, and all the liability is on you. But you have to also note that you cannot add shareholder or partners to your business in future in the format of one person company. If you want to, you have to convert it into a private limited. Now, these are the legalities. Okay, these are the legal parts, how you can get recognition in MCA and you can get tax benefits or other benefits which are there for startups. Then comes when you think that, I don't want to get into the legalities. I just want to start my business. Well, there is a way of it. There are partnership. Partnership form of business is, of course, very suitable again if you are a group of friends who just want to start a group of friend or family. You just want to start your business and you are right now not looking at the legal aspect of it. Right now, you just want to start. What you can do is you can get into a partnership agreement with all these partners of yours and you can start a business. This is called a partnership business. Of course, having said that, you will of course not get the advantage which otherwise you will get if you are coming in the form of limited liability partnership. So this is completely different from the limited liability partnership thing which I already talked about. Now, again, last but not the least, comes sole proprietorship. Now, again, the name is very suggestive. What I mean is when you are looking to just start a business without looking at the legality at this point of time, you can go ahead and start this business because there is no specific registration attached to co-proprietorship. So you just go ahead and start this business on your own name. Of course, you need to have your, GST and other things, other licenses in place, and you start your business. However, we as lawyers never recommend proprietorship mode of business to anyone because you will not get advantage of any kind of other statutory. If you're going through a statutory company, if you're being recognized by MCA, you are getting certain advantages. But when you are going for a sole proprietorship, you are not getting any advantages out of it. So that's about, the type of companies you can, or the type of things or organization you can start with. Now, let's say that, you come up with the idea and you identify what kind of business you are looking for. You just decide that, okay, this is going to be private limited or an OPC or any other kind of thing. You think about it and you just come up with it. That's done. Now what? Now what's next? So once you start this company of yours, you start private limited or anything, you come up, you do a lot of research, R&D, a lot of innovation, which ultimately results in invention. Okay, and now this invention or innovations are subject to something new. Now, this something new, of course, can be easily copied in the market and anyone can get advantage of it. So how to protect all these things? This is where intellectual property comes in. So what is the intellectual property? If I will give you a very simple, simple definition of it, when you create any property using your intellect, the government, because you have come up with such a property, the government gives you a monopoly as a kind of reward. The government gives you a monopoly over this property. Now, this monopoly is for a certain period of time, and you can use this property, and no one else can use this intellectual property without your due authorization. Now, there are various kinds of intellectual property, such as trademarks and patents and copyrights and designs. But for today, I'm going to cover trademarks, copyrights, and patents. So, what are trademarks? So trademarks, as you can see, are basically your name. It can be a name, it can be a logo, it can be the packaging of the product, it can be a slogan. It is something which distinguishes you from that of your competitor. It makes you different from your competitor. A trademark is the reason why whenever you go for shopping, you choose Coca-Cola over any other brand. So it creates your brand identity, the trademark. Now, I usually get this question that, you know what, we are not that big. So why do you think that we should go for trademark registration? Because, you know, we are very small and right now I don't think we should go for it. Well, and I keep on telling them that that's one of the main reason why you should go for trademark registration, because when you are small, you are at a very vulnerable position. Anyone can come up and, you know, copy the inventions or innovations or names, whatever you have come up with. It's easy that way, because, you know, you will think, or any other person will think n number of time before copying any logo or any tagline of Coca-Cola. But it's much way more easier when it's a small brand or a small company. So that's what trademark is. Of course, trademarks are, it's not mandatory to register a trademark, but it gives you a statutory right over it. When you register it, you get a substantial proof of your ownership over this trademark. So when you have a registration of your trademark, if any other company comes and tells you that, you know what, this is my company name and you are copying my company name, when you have a trademark registration certificate, you can very easily go and tell this person that, okay, because I have a trademark registration certificate, this shows that I am actually the owner of this trademark and not you. It becomes very easy for you to prove your ownership. So that's why it's very important to get a trademark registration certificate when you, as and when you start your business. Yeah. Then we'll move on to patents. Of course, you have a name, you have a very nice name, and you get your trademark registered. But under that trademark, you are doing a lot of innovation, R&D, and many other things are going on in the back of your head. But how to protect these things? Because these are the things which you are making. These are the things on which your company will sustain at a longer period of time. So worry not, because there is a thing called patent which can protect your invention or innovation. So of course, when I say that it can be, you know, patent can protect, there needs to be, there are some criteria which needs to be fulfilled for an invention to get a patent protection. These are that, you know, your invention should be novel, it should be non-obvious, it should involve an inventive step, and it should also involve industrial application. Now it's legal jargon, right? Lot of legal jargon. So let me simplify this for you. Your invention should be new and non-obvious for a person who is doing something in that business. For example, if someone is into medical equipment and if you make a new kind of ventilator, so if when this person is looking into your business, into that ventilator, he or she can say that, you know, okay, this is non-obvious because this is not something which used to be there. This is an improvement or this is a new kind of thing. Now it should have an inventive step. You have done some new thing in coming up with this invention, and there is an industrial application involved. So it can be used in industry. So these are the criteria which, you know, needs to be fulfilled for you to get any patent. But of course, you know, patents are considered to be a very, very good intellectual property, I'll say, because when you have a patent protection with you, it gives you monetary benefit without doubt, and it also increases your stand in the market in comparison to that of the competitor. So it's always better to look the R&D, whichever you are doing, to look at patents also. Now comes copyright. So what can be copyrighted? There are three type of works which can be copyrighted. Those are literary, dramatic, and artistic work. So as you can see on the screen that, you know, the movie Harry Potter is a dramatic work and is a literary work, and these are the artistic work. But there are a lot of other things which can be covered under all these criteria also. So copyright, of course, gives you a very good length of protection. The duration of protection for copyright is author's age plus 60 years. So it's a very long period of time for which you are getting the copyright protection. So that's about the intellectual property part. So whenever you are starting your business, whenever you come up with these new things, it's very important to look at the intellectual property, because although you cannot see these things, these are your intangible property which values a lot. And as I started with saying that, you have to utilize and maximize these to the best to get the monetary benefit out of it. So now, you did your trademark registration and you just looked at all the other things, the patents and the copyrights, all these things are done. Next, what? So agreements, then comes agreements. So you will tell me that, why agreements are important. I am doing business with, very small group of people. I trust these people. Agreed, you trust these people and that's very good for you, but it's very, very important to have a legal backing in whatever you are doing when it comes to a startup. So what are the type of agreement which are very, very important? First, I'll start with what are agreements. So agreements, of course, are a legal document which, when you are making a deal, there is an amount or consideration attached to it. So whichever these are legally backed, all these deals which you are making are legally backed, and there will be certain terms and conditions or certain other things on the basis of which you or the other party is agreeing to come into the agreement, or agreeing to, come or do that thing. So that's what an agreement is. So we'll start with operating agreement. So what is the operating agreement? Whenever you are starting a business, it is very important to know that the person you are doing a business with are on the same page as you are. Because tomorrow, when you go forward, you don't want, this person to say something else which you are not expecting. So that's why, and that's why before even into starting the business, it's very important that you have an operating agreement with you. This operating agreement makes the terms and conditions very clear, that what are the terms or for what time you are coming into business, what is the monetary value and everything. Then there are NDAs, which are known as non-disclosure agreements. Now, these are again a very important, very, very important thing, I would say, in any business entity, because there will be certain things which you cannot protect under intellectual property, but these are very important for you. For example, your trade secret, there are, or your client list. These are the things which you don't want, to anyone else to know, or a certain thing, how you do it. That there might be a process which only you do in your company and no one else does. How to get clients or anything. So these will be very important things which you don't want anyone else to know. Now it becomes the legal issue which comes with NDAs are that, anyone from your company, suppose that there is another competitor company where your employee's a friend works, and they just start having a chit chat, and during the chit chat they say that, hey, you know what, in my company these are the clients and this happened and that happened and we did this. So this other person might go and tell your competing company that what you are doing. You don't want your competitors to know your secret. So, because that's something which is making you successful, right? So that is why when you have a proper NDA at place, it's very easy to hold this person accountable that you cannot do this, right? So that is why these are non-disclosure agreements are very, very important. So this is something which it should be drafted before you are onboarding any employee or anyone else, because these are the trade secrets you just cannot afford to lose. Now, employment agreement, of course, whenever you are hiring someone as an employee, it is very important to know that you both are on the same page, that this person is looking to do all these things. You are hiring this person to do all these things. So these things are very, very important, and also very important that what kind of consideration this person is expecting. So tomorrow this will not be an issue for you. So employment agreement is another kind of agreement which you should again look into before starting the company. It doesn't matter if you have hired only two people or even one person, you have hired only one person to do your work. It is very important to have a proper employment agreement with you with all the terms and conditions and whatever other things which you think are very, very important for you. Because going forward, you don't want anyone to, disseminate any of your information. Then commercial leave. Of course, when you start a business, not taking today's scenario in situation, there are certain business modules which need to have a physical presence. So whenever you are getting a physical presence, you are getting an office, you're renting out your a building or a part of a building for your official work, you need to have a commercial lease because for service sectors or for product sectors, whenever your client wants to meet you, this will be the address, or whenever you're making a website, this will be the address. So it's very important that the lease on the basis of which you and this other person, the landlord, you are coming into an agreement, this lease has to be very clear. And considering the situation which we are facing right now, the pandemic, it's even more important to have a proper commercial lease at place. So whenever you are thinking that it's time to, take an office or branch out or have another office for my work, it is very important that even before starting, you have a proper commercial lease at place. Then comes independent contractor agreement. So of course, whenever you are starting your work or your business, you want there's a possibility that that there will be some things for which you don't think that you should hire anyone. So these will be the people who will be considered as independent contractors because they will not come under your payroll, but you will be hiring them for a certain period of time for a certain amount of work. Now, because this becomes very important for you to have a proper independent contractor agreement because you don't know, this person is not under your payroll, so you cannot control like what this person is doing or what kind of information you give them. That's not, even if you give them it, there is a higher chances of this getting out of your hand. So before it blows out of proportion, it is very important that whenever you are starting any kind of project or any kind of work with anyone else outside your team, uh, you have to be very sure that these people know what are the terms and conditions on the basis of which you people are agreeing to work with this person. So that's why independent contractor agreements are very important. Again, then comes client and sales agreement. I have heard this a lot of times that, this is not important. We trust our clients. They are the nicest people. And we just, we have this trust kind of relationship where everything goes by and we agree with each other. Agreed. Even I love my clients. There is not one single entrepreneur who will say that, anything can go wrong in a sale. But you never know because of the situation, anything can happen, anything can go wrong. So before starting a business with someone or before taking a client on board or a sale on board, it is very important that this person know how much they have to pay you upfront or how much work how much work they can expect from you with that amount of money. It's very important that both the client and the company are at the same page on what they should expect. So that is why a client or sale agreement is very, very important whenever you are going forward to it. Then last but definitely not the least, the website terms and conditions. In today's world, when everything is happening online, it is very important for any kind of business, not only product related or service related. any kind of business, it's very important to have a website terms and conditions. Because whenever anyone comes to your website is representing your business then and there for this person. This person might not know you, this person might not know your business that well, but they will judge your model of business or your type of business on the basis of your website. And you do not want to make, a bad impression on your client for that matter. So that is the reason it is very important that you should have a terms and condition in place. Again, terms and condition. Again, this also I have heard a lot that all the terms and condition are available online. So why should I hire a lawyer and get it done from them? What is the point of it? Well, of course, website terms and condition, and for that matter, privacy policies, everything is available online, and you can just get it and copy paste it on your website. However, the reason why you should hire a lawyer instead of copy pasting it completely from the web is that the terms and condition will be different for different products or services. So if it's a product based company, again there are various kinds of product based companies. For if it's a product based company, the terms and condition will be completely different. And for a service based company, then again it will be completely different. So it will depend upon what exactly are you offering to the public or to your client. So on the basis of that, you should make your terms and conditions. Of course, it is very important to see also in the terms and conditions that what all can go wrong, what else can happen. So all these things only when you think and you deliberate and you recognize that okay, these are the things which can go wrong. So that's when making a website terms and conditions are very important. So these are the agreements which you should definitely look into. When you are starting your business, it's very important to start with an operating agreement to make sure that you and your business partner are on the same page. Then you started your business, and with the other people, it's very important to have a proper non-disclosure agreement. Then whoever you are taking on board, the employees, it's very important to have employment agreement. And because you are taking a space, it's very important to have a proper commercial lease. Then, of course, if you are hiring someone else outside from your team to do a certain work, it is very important to have an independent contractor agreement. Then, for all the clients, you need to have a client or sale agreement. And last, but definitely not the least, or I can say it's the first thing which you should do whenever you're making a website, make very, very sure that your website terms and conditions are unique and you have covered everything which can go right or can go wrong. So that's about agreements. Now, licenses. Of course, when you start a business and you are doing it properly, you are very happy that I have started this business. So I'll give you an example of a baker. So you are a home baker and you just think that now I should start a business. So you just start a business and you don't do anything else. You start reaching out to other people and you tell them that hey, I'm doing this business. Why don't you buy cakes and cupcakes from me? And you just started. But then you suddenly get a notification or get a news from somewhere that for all the people, or even the home bakers right now who haven't done their FSSAI registration, that is food licensing, can and will be fined. A very good amount of fine will be imposed upon them because they might not follow these kind of standards. And right now, looking at the current situation, whenever it comes to F&B, health is very important. So everyone needs to be aware that everything is under control and everything is going fine. So it is always best to have FSSAI registration whenever you are doing anything which is related to F&B sector. Why? Of course, for one, you will not be fined, and second, because FSSAI is a kind of a license which also proves that there are certain standards which your product has fulfilled. So you, whenever you are operating in this sector, you want everyone to know that you provide a certain kind of product. Your product has a certain value attached to it, and that is confirmed when you have a FSSAI registration. Then GST, of course, GST is not mandatory for everyone. When you have a turnover of more than 20 lakh, then only you need to have a GST registration. So you have to be very careful that you have a GST registration in place. Next is Udyog Aadhaar or Udyam Aadhaar and MSME registration. So what is this? This is kind of a registration which gives you a lot of compensation whenever you are going for filing of any kind of intellectual property. So if I give you an example, whenever you are going for a trademark registration and you want to file under your company name for the trademark, you can go for MSME registration. Your startup or your enterprise is now recognized as a medium small enterprise, and now you can also get a relaxation of up to 50%. So for other big entities, the government fee for trademark is 9,000, but for MSME or the companies which are recognized under MSME registration, it's 4,500. You will definitely not want to pay 9,000, right? When half of when you can get the work done and half of the amount. So it's definitely very, very important that you have your MSME registration at place as well. Next comes shops and establishment license. If you are setting up an office or a showroom or anything else, it is mandatory for some states to get a shop and establishment license. So once you have this shop and establishment license, then you are good to go with your office or your shop or your showroom or anything. Then import export code. If you are in a business model which makes you do a lot of import and export, if you have a code, it's mandatory to have an import and export code, but it also gives you a certain kind of upper hand when you have a code. Other kind of business licenses, and again, this is another kind of problem, which legal problem I would say, which can come up when you are starting any business. So you have to be very sure that all the licenses and all the compliances, the government compliances are at place before you carry forward your business. So yeah, there are many other kind of compliances also, but for the time being and for this event, these are some of the licenses which are very, very important for incorporation purpose. Now, what are the things which have been done from the government to encourage startups is government procurement. Initially, there used to be a certain experience. The company needs to have a certain experience, a certain amount of turnover, and some other things to get government procurement. But now it has been exempted. So you can, the government can, take your products. You have to do certain other things to get that also. Then intellectual property, of course, it goes without saying that for the startups, for the betterment or for the betterment of the society, the intellectual property is something which has been given a very good relaxation for the startups. As I already told all of you that for trademarks, you get 50% relaxation, up to 50% relaxation whenever you are filing any intellectual property. But along with that, you can also file for fast track examination. So you don't have to wait for your patent to be, for when you will file and it will then get examined. So you can, instead of waiting, you can just apply for fast track examination and and that makes the whole process faster. Then there are many tax benefits which are given to the startups. many kind of benefits which are given, but for that you have to be a government recognized startup. Then faster exit whenever you are dissolving your company. It's a very fast process. Unlike earlier when it was pretty slow process, right now it's a very faster process. So all these things are given from the government for you to start a startup. So, then why not start a startup? Because so many things are available in plenty. So although there are many legal problems involved, but there are solutions as well to all the legal problems, as I already told you earlier. Now I'll give you a case study. So Byju's is a company which I'm sure all of you are aware of. So how did they go? They started, and how did they become this big? So right now the company has around 12 billion USD valuation. So how did that happen? So when they started, or they thought that we should branch out, we should start doing business outside India. So they started before even going there physically, or before even starting their business in those places. They made sure that the very first thing with which people recognize you in the market, that is your name, it should be registered before even starting the business there. So what they did is they very strategically planned this, and they started filing for trademarks in various countries such as US, Australia, Canada, Philippines, etc. So it comes down to one thing, that is trademark, which is very important because it's your company name. Whenever you are in the market, people don't know you. They don't they might not even know what exactly you have been through to come up with this company, but they will recognize you and your business through your name. So it is very important that when you start a business, or when you even think about starting a business, you come up with a name, right? That, yeah, this will be my company's name, or this will be the brand name of my company. I will start this brand, or I'll start this kind of service under this brand name. This brand name sounds very nice to me. So it is very important that you think about trademark. Even if you are thinking that, I will go for sole proprietorship or partnership, even before going into private limited or any other kind of incorporation, it is very important that you go ahead and register your intellectual properties, your trademarks, your patents, any software, source code, object code, whichever you are making. Protecting them is very, very important, because, as I said, these things are, of course, intangible, but hold a huge, huge value. Now, when it comes to Byju's, of course, we don't know exactly the history of Byju's or how they happened, apart from the fact that, Shah Rukh Khan is their brand ambassador. So that's what it represents your company, right? Your brand name, who is representing your brand, how are you putting yourself out there in the market in front of the consumer. And that happens with your trademark. And what makes your trademark stronger is the trademark registration. And I'll tell you one thing, that nowadays people spend a lot of money in branding and packaging of the goods, in how this product should look like, or what kind of feel this product should give. So when you are spending so much money only on the branding part, it will take only 4,500 to get you the registration of the trademark, right? So, and you get this trademark for 10 years, which can be renewed for next 10 years, which can be renewed for next 10 years. So it will go on for perpetuity till the time you think that, okay, I don't want to do business anymore. So that is why you should go and register your trademark, register, or think about whatever innovation or invention you are doing. That is the patent. Think about getting them patented. Or it is also very, very important to do a due diligence, that whether the thing, or whatever licenses or whatever softwares you are using, are you even authorized to use these things? So it is very important to run a due diligence that what are the things which you are going to use to expand your business. Because tomorrow you don't want another company just come up and slap you with a legal notice that hey, you are not authorized to use this, or you are not you're doing it illegally, and that's why you owe me this much of money. So that's like you are inviting a lawyer to your offices. So it's always better to take care of all the legal compliances before you start, before you begin. Of course, it will take some money and some time, but it's completely worth it. You can easily go forward and do your business without any hassle when you have all your compliances taken care for you by any professional. So it's always better before even coming up with this problem. It is important to know that all the legal problems have a very easy solution to it. Now I'll open the floor for any question and answer.
Yes.
Um, I presume I can call you Shilpa. This is Professor Nagendra.
Yes.
Yeah, that was extremely enlightening because I come from an industry background before I joined academics, and I have realized from my past that wherever companies, including my own organizations where I have worked, where they have failed majorly is in the area of IP issues, where they have not done their licensing properly, where they have not done their brand registration properly with the trademarks registry and trademarks authorities. These are the ones who have suffered. My question to you is on a global scale. And now, robust democracies like India and the US, Japan, I am sure like you gave the example of Baiju's, which can get registered, for example, in let's say half a dozen or more countries. But when it comes to let's say China, our friendly neighbor, how do you? Because I tell you, the moment I stepped into the Shanghai airport, I saw people selling me Mont Blanc fake pens inside the airport. I mean, that's how crazy it is. So, how do you ensure the legal protection, IP protection in a country like that? And maybe similar neighboring countries, I'm talking about, there. So they are all, they pose IP threats, and when you want to do business with them, how do you do that? And how do you see that your brand is not copied overnight, despite having maybe international registration, which is legitimate, but it doesn't enjoy protection in places like this. So can you please enlighten the audience?
Sure, sure. So I'll just start answering your question with the fact that there is nothing called international registration. So intellectual property is very territorial in nature. So if I have a trademark registration in India, that's valid only in India. So I cannot go to any other country and say that, hey, I have a trademark registration in India. That might add benefit to my case that, I have been using this mark in India, so people know me in India, and now I'm doing business here as well. That will add some benefit to my case, but that will definitely not help me in the longer run. So, as I already said, that of course, all the countries have their, IP offices at place. So before even you start doing your business in any other countries, it is very important that you get a trademark file. It might not be registered, but just getting it filed also gives you a kind of evidence that you have already filed this trademark. Okay, so you are already there. The half of the thing is already done until and unless you get the registration. So that will stop you from saying that, hey, I have applied this trademark here, so that kind of makes my presence in this country. So you cannot copy this mark. So of course, answering your question, how will you stop all this infringement? very simple answer would be wherever you are branching out or wherever you are thinking that now you have done your business in India, now next you will go to US, next you will go to China, next you will go to some other country. It is very it will be very feasible for you, and very important also that you file an intellectual property there. You file a trademark. If you have a software which you think that it's available throughout the globe, then it's again very important that you file it in the countries where you think are major jurisdictions like US. You file your patent in US. So these kind of things give you upper hand before even you get the registration. So once you get the registration in, suppose say China, of course you have the trademark registration now. So that gives you a substantial proof that hey, I have a trademark registration now. So no one else can use this mark, or you can easily go and sue this person, whoever is infringing your mark. So answering your question, whenever we are looking at a global thing when it comes to your branding or expanding your business, it is important that whichever country you go, you keep on protecting your trademarks and your intellectual property under the statutory laws which are available there.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, any questions? It was indeed very enlightening, and we saw the nuances of starting a business. We thought it's just an idea. No, there's a lot of legal things to consider when you're starting an idea. We have a question here, Shilpa.
Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, ma'am. We've already discussed regarding this, but just to ensure, so this is just a question to ask. So, what are the necessary steps to be taken when the trademark is taken by anybody else with a big established company? And also, in other words, also in a second scenario, I could say, when there are a group of people who are discussing about this, and it so happens that suppose for example, to 3 people, so one person takes the idea before operating agreement is done. So what could be done in that scenario?
Okay, so first I will start with telling you that ideas are not protected under intellectual property. It's the expression that is protected.
Sorry to interrupt. Before the trademark.
Sorry, can you repeat? Yeah.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Before registering the trademark, if this happens, so what needs to be done?
So you are saying that if someone takes your name and starts using it before you get the trademark registration?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So trademarks are first to use, not first to file. So if you haven't gone ahead and registered your trademark, which you should have done, of course. If you haven't done that, you can show them that it's you who has been using this mark since a long time, and it's you who have been using this mark before this person even started. Of course, it will be harder to prove because you have to, give your evidences, your market research, your anything else, your invoices, wherever your name is there, to prove that you are actually the honest owner of this mark. So it will be harder, but of course you can prove it through whatever, in whichever format or in whichever form you have used this trademark. So of course, if such scenario arises, you can go ahead and tell this person that you are the honest concurrent prior user, not this person. Of course, it will be harder to prove in comparison to the scenario where you had a trademark registration certificate with you. But of course, you can prove that you are the owner and thus can get the ownership over the trademark.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. I also have another question. So, what are the challenges that are faced for a budding entrepreneur when they are establishing a new venture with the business, when they're starting a company, say private limited company?
There are a lot of things which an entrepreneur faces as challenges. Some things, as I said, that what kind of things you are using. Are you even authorized to use these softwares, or say you are selling something and you don't know? Suppose you are selling a kind of a bottle on Amazon, and you get to know that someone else is also using this kind of bottle, and this person will not let you use this. Or if you are a software company, you get to know that someone else is selling the software in a cracked version and you don't even know about it. So this is some one kind of challenge, I would say, that entrepreneurs face. But other than that, another thing which entrepreneurs also face is their agreement. It happens at times, many a times, that the entrepreneurs feel that we are safe, and our client, we are good to go with our client. Our client will never do anything wrong with us. It's very good and everything is rainbow and roses. But unfortunately, or fortunately for us, it so happens that things can go wrong. Things can go wrong at any point of time. You have no idea, and no one has, in fact, the idea. Like if I tell you an example, no one would have thought 2 years back or 2 years back that such a situation will happen where we could not go out and do our regular work which we used to do. That also has affected a lot of businesses when it comes to their rent. So these agreements are something where entrepreneurs face a lot of challenges. This is the second thing with which entrepreneurs face challenge. And the third thing I would say would be the compliance, the licenses. What kind of licenses you should get, what are mandatory, what are not mandatory, what you should definitely get, and what you can avoid. So all these parts are where entrepreneurs face challenges.
Thank
from
you.
a legal perspective. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Shilpa. That was a wonderful session indeed.
Thank you so much. And I'll just end with a positive quote. Anytime is a good time to start a company. And if you want more on how, what are the challenges and how we can help, we are located in HSR Sector 7. So feel free to reach out to us. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
I can stop sharing, right?
Yes. Yes, please. As we come to the end of this event, let's hear it from an entrepreneur, her journey, how she started her journey into the entrepreneurship as a woman startup, especially, and what are the challenges and what is her story behind her venture. We have with us Ms. Anvita Vajpayee. Welcome you, ma'am. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Yes. Ma'am, can you just try sharing your screen to see whether you can share the screen with us?
It says you have to give me access.
Yeah. Give me a minute.
Yeah.
Ma'am, please try sharing the screen. The permission has been given to you.
It still says I'm not allowed.
I think I'm still the host, so that's the reason I can't leave the meeting.
Yeah. Anvita, ma'am, can you just see, try now?
It says host disabled attendee screen sharing. So.
Shilpa, can you just stop sharing your screen? And if you are still on the hold.
Yeah, I think it's done now. Yeah, thank you so much.
Now it's done now.
Yes, I can share now. Thank you.
Now I call upon Ms. Shilpa to please introduce Ms. Anvita Vajpayee to the crowd. Thank you, Gitanjali. Good afternoon to one and all. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our last and fourth speaker, Ms. Anvita Vajpayee. Anvita Vajpayee, founder of Sunvai and author of 3 books, is an IIT Madras and IIM Bangalore alumna with about 16 plus years of experience of building smart products using AI with MNCs like Oracle, Satyam, Wipro, and startups like Decidine, Vimanjino, and her own ventures. Anvita has published a number of research papers, patents, and business and technology articles, and has been invited as speaker at leading conferences like UX India, JITS 2015, RSD 2016, RISE 2018, AI Connect 2018, GIPC 2019, India Electronics Week 2019, Global IP Convention 2020, among others. Anvita is an awardee of the Golden Lotus from IIT Madras Alumni Association for International Women's Day 2017. Sunvai is recipient of GIPC Award 2020 for the excellent contribution made in the field of IP and innovation. Anvita Vajpayee is a recipient of 51 Fabulous Global Smart Cities Leaders Award 2020 from ET, now presents World CSR Day Congress and Awards in 9th edition. So please join me in welcoming Anvita Vajpayee. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much for a nice introduction and a very good evening to all. You can see my screen clear, right?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So I will talk to you about my journey. So journey, I think I'm still on the way, but in between I will share some of my experiences, and I think what will be useful to students as part of this presentation. In general, what are the concepts? So I will just put some of the concepts along with as I share my stories. And so as founder of Sunvai, we have recently released India's first AI-powered assistive tool for consumers. We have released this as free pre-launch beta version, and which is conforming to July 2020 Enforcement of Consumer Protection Act 2019. And with that, I will start my presentation. Yeah, so as part of this talk, my focus will be, I will talk about my journey to Sunvai. And before that, since I'm also author of 3 books and with the corporate experience, so some of those experiences I will bring as I talk about. So I will talk about what is entrepreneurship, the journey, the environment in which we operate, and then how do we define success, right? So success, what is the criteria as an entrepreneur? And then the person who takes the first step, that's you or your team. Like your friends will come together and you want to start a venture, right? So some of these concepts I will touch upon. So the person who sees an opportunity that, okay, there's an opportunity to do something in this area to solve somebody's problem, and also take this as a professional career where you see there's a monetary benefit for you, and you take it out as a full-time business activity. Again, there are different forms for business: social ventures, for-profit venture, not-for-profit venture. So again, how you see your business, and then the environment in which you operate and how you define success. Because for-profit venture, the criteria for success is different than if you talk about not-for-profit venture or a social venture. So these are the concepts we'll talk about. So first, why Sunvai? So here I have put the brochure for Sunwai. So Sunwai, here we'll talk about the features and how do we identify opportunity. So basically it gives you an idea how you also think of a solution when you think of an opportunity and want to go about it. So why Sunwai? My story of Sunwai is that in the year 2017, I visited civil court here in Bangalore with respect to one of my IP matter. And when I visited the court, before even the hearing took place and so on, I realized that there's a lot of opportunity for automation, basic automation, where things are happening on paper, and can we create a solution where things are more easier, faster. So coming from the technology background, I thought of some of those ideas, and as and when my matter progressed, I also thought of like what problems people face, like when I'm going to the court and sitting and observing people, observing their way of working. Lot of options I thought, lot of solutions I thought, and initially I filed my 9 provisional patents, thinking that okay, maybe someday I will touch upon that. So that was more of a IP point of view, not from the business point of view. So just filed my provisional patent, but as and when I experienced more and I had more exposure, and when I spoke to more people, I interacted with people, like some people have property matters and they go to the court, and it takes like one of the person I interacted with, he had a property issue where somebody came and basically tried to occupy his house, and he had to fight to get the ownership of his house for almost 11 years. Another person who shared his journey with me, he fought for a trademark matter for 19 years. And he said the people with whom I was fighting, I mean, after 19 years, those people are no more. But I had to fight the matter, and it takes such a long time. So what happens? Like these are like, they go on for such a long time, and people spend like almost their significant part of their life. And then in that duration, there's so much of time they have questions, and how do they find answer, is it easy to find answer? So from the citizen perspective, from the common man's perspective, obviously, I mean, there's a legal system, and there are solutions which are required for lawyers also to make their practice efficient, case management system and so on. But for citizens perspective, is it easy to find information if the person who is in problem, and people are not trained to solve their problem, right? Because problems suddenly come, you don't know, like COVID, nobody knew that this will come, right? So suddenly when it comes, can you figure it out? Now as a community, it's easy to figure it out because everybody is fighting it together. But as a individual, how do you find information, right? So that's the first step of problem resolution. Can you find information quickly, right? So with that background, I thought, okay, can we build some solution in this space? And again, when we went into detail, and I got incubated in IIIT Bangalore, and when we thought of building some of the solutions, we realized that data is not in digital format because things are happening on paper. So some of the use cases which we thought are which will be very impactful, but because data is not available in digital form, maybe at some point of time we will create them, but today at that point of time we could not create them, right? So with that background, we almost like every quarter we completed one use case and decided go, no go on that, and pivoted to next use case. And with that background, we covered 6 use cases, 6 POCs, and one of the use case which took a shape of the product, which is a consumer use case that you are seeing here. And again, from consumer point of view, so here I'm detailing product, because in India, again, when we talk about solution, mostly we talk about services, B2B. So there's a customer who has a problem, and I want to talk to customer, and I build a solution, and customer gives me feedback, and I keep refining it. So this is pretty much a services way of doing things, where you are working with customer and doing a software for the customer. But when you talk about product is like lot of imagination, right? So let me give a simple example. So suppose if you are going on a roadside shop and you want to eat some pani puri or bhel puri, and the person is making it, then you say, okay, put more spice or put more salt or something like that. It can be customized. So services solutions are like that. That somebody is working with you, you are working with somebody, and you are customizing it. But software product, when you talk about a product, for example, let's talk about a cookie which is already packed and which is kept in a shelf in a grocery store, and you are just picking it up. You don't know what is inside, how it will taste, you just pick it, right? So when the cookie comes to the market, lot of processing happens. So it's not only about making cookie, but also setting up the complete supply chain, packaging, putting the price, putting the expiry date, lot of things go behind the scene before the first person who buys the cookie, right? So you set it up, you put it there, you get it placed there, set up the distribution and so on, and then somebody buys the cookie, and then somebody eats the cookie, and you have no opportunity to customize it at that point of time. Nobody will come and say, okay, could you put more sugar, right? So you think about it in advance, what is the right quantity, right, to put sugar, what is the right taste that somebody will like it. So with that background, product requires lot of visualization, lot of imagination, and lot of R&D before you even make your first thing and take it out to the market. So Sunwai, again, what we do at Sunwai, we build software solutions, product, and the product means lot of visualization, lot of imagination before we roll out anything out there in the market. So here, as you see that in the brochure, in the yellow color brochure, what you see, the number 1, 2, 3. So these are the 3 features. So this is again a visualization, because here I'm not talking or working with a person who is having a consumer issue. This is more into based on survey. How do I visualize the product? What kind of problems people can face? And then what do they need? So as per consumer law, like people can go to the court by themselves. So, but many times they will not know whether the issue is valid or not. Whether they can go to the, for example, I bought certain product from a store in Orion Mall, right? And I stay in South Bangalore. Now, I visited there for some purpose and I bought thing, but if I have to exchange it, I cannot easily go. But if I'm going there after 6 months, can I still exchange? If they refuse, they say, no, ma'am, you could have come within 15 days. Now we will not exchange your thing, right? Is it valid? Especially if it's not my mistake, if it's a manufacturing defect in the product or in the item that I have purchased, right? So some of these things, if I want to figure it out, how do I do that? Who will give me the answer? And suppose if it's an expensive product, maybe I will go to the lawyer and pay the fee to the lawyer. But if it's not very expensive product, how do I figure it out, right? So some of these scenarios we visualized and we thought, okay, what kind of solution can be created? So first feature we have in this product is that person can self-validate the issue, especially if it's not a very high, very expensive product that the person has purchased, right? And then further to that, if it's a valid issue and the person is not able to resolve the issue with the vendor, then at that point of time, can he do the basic documentation by himself if it's not a complicated issue, right? So people may not know what language to be written. For example, a consulting consumer lawyer said that many people go to the consumer court, but because they don't know under which section they have to file their complaint, even though their complaint is valid, but because it's not filed under right section, it gets rejected. So with that background, we thought, okay, this is a very important insight for us to create this feature. So here person does not have to know the law. The person types his issue in plain English and our AI algorithm figures out the section of the law and creates the notice for the person, right? And then the person can search, because the person again does not know the complex legal language or cannot type the query in that particular language, even though documents will be available in the PDF format on the ministry's website, but the person will not know what to ask, right? So person asks in plain English and the person gets the information. So now you see the visualization that, okay, we are conducting survey, we are figuring out what challenges people face, and then we create these features, then we figure out what features are to be created in the product, and then we create these features and we give it a shape, and then we host it, and we put a website and so on. And then we say, okay, how many types of consumer issues typically? So there are different issues, for example, product related issues or services related issues, or issues with the cancellation charges or late delivery or something like that. So how do we put them together, right? So we do research, we do market survey, we talk to people, we understand the domain, we work with domain people, and then we create the software and we roll it out, right? So basically, here you see two terms. One, market need, because there's a need in the market. People have issues. People don't know how to quickly figure out information. And then obviously, I mean, I visited court and I had my own unknown, right, at that point of time. And then that gives as an to an entrepreneur, this also, I mean, obviously there's at one point of time you say there's a problem. On the other point of view, you see that just because there's a problem, there's an opportunity, right? So there's an opportunity to do something in the space, because it's not only you, there are so many people like you, right? So if it's only your personal problem, it's your problem that you have to solve. But if it's the problem that many people are facing, then it gives an opportunity to you to create an invention around it. So this is, and again, one more point I want to highlight here is innovation. So innovation means something new. For example, if you talk about, say, Flipkart and Amazon, or you talk about Ola, Uber, now they are serving a similar need for the people, like Ola, Uber, then you can book your cab, right? Both serve the same thing. Maybe their applications, their apps will have different features, or maybe certain things are much better in one or the other. But at the same time, they are just doing the market capture, because Uber is capturing certain section of population or covering certain section of population. Then whatever is left, they also have the same need. They also want to book the cab. Then maybe Ola is serving them, right? So somewhere there's a competition. So there's no monopoly of one business provider. So from that point of view, it's serving the market need, because you understand there's a need, there are people who have the need, and I'm serving them. So you are not creating something new, but basically you are doing the market capture. That's one way of doing business. Other way of doing business is when you see there's a new product that you want to create, or maybe there's something which has never been done before. If you talk about Redbus, if you talk about Zoom, so again, if you hear stories of their founders, they will also share their experiences. So if you talk about Zoom versus WebEx has certain problem, and the founder of Zoom realized, okay, he was in the customer centric team, and he didn't want to take those queries, and he thought, okay, I will go out and I will create a different product which is not having those problems, for which I have to answer customers' queries, right? And again, if you talk about the founder of Redbus, then he will have his own story, how he faced challenges for getting the bus tickets, and then he thought, okay, there's an opportunity, right? So either way is good. There's already an existing product, but it is not able to serve the need of the whole population in that particular region. Then you are creating something equal to that, and you are doing the market capture. Other thing, you are creating something new and innovative. Now, so this is some responses that we got for our consumer solution. Now, so basically, here we spoke about the point, which is pain versus gain. So what is entrepreneurship? Entrepreneurship is figuring out that there's a need that can be served, and for which people will pay money, and you want to do that, and you create a group, and you figure out how should you go about it. So that's what is entrepreneurship in short. Now, another point, obviously, I mean, you had other sessions where you have heard about the business model canvas and legal formalities, compliances issues. So how you should go about that? So that is like paperwork, more into formalities which are required. But beyond that, I mean, first of all, what you will build, and who will take it, and why somebody will take it, and what is your way of doing it, right? So that is how it is. And if you see these two pictures, you see that these are two different environments. So if you are a flamingo, then obviously, I mean, you are working in a different environment, right? You are working, your ecosystem is different. But on the other hand, if you are in a different environment, you may create something new or very different, very innovative. So basically, who you are, where you are, what market needs are there, and based on that, you define what you can do. So that's, in short, what entrepreneurship is all about. So there's a pain and there's a possibility to gain. So gain is not like in negative sense, but in the positive sense that, okay, you are serving somebody's need, and as a civilized society, this is what we do. We create things on a larger scale. As a community, we come together. So either you, even in job, you do the same thing. I mean, you create some solution, but there you are working in a more systematic method, because you just have your role, your job profile, and you are just working. But as an entrepreneur, you are responsible for anything and everything that comes there in the business until you become big. So that's what is entrepreneurship. So basically, you are responsible for everything. You do same, but you do more work. And why you do more work? Because at some point of time, you see that maybe nobody else is solving their problem, so you want to solve. It impacts you, it touches your heart, or you think there's potential profit at some point of time you want to gain, and for that you want to work, right? Which may not happen if you take a simple job and you just get your monthly regular salary. So these are the two motivational factors for why somebody becomes entrepreneur. And we'll touch upon this point towards the end of the talk, why somebody does what that person does. So again, so we spoke about Sunwai, opportunities, market needs. I have also spoken about some other examples of some other ventures. And in short, what is entrepreneurship? So entrepreneurship, basically you see an opportunity and you want to solve it. Now, again, how do you do that? So it's a journey, it's a marathon. There's no straightforward and clear way, because if that were the case, everybody will do same thing. It's your own individual journey at some point of time. Maybe you take inspiration from other people, you talk to them like I'm speaking here and I will share my journey or my experiences, and you will learn, because you may not make the same mistake that I would have made, right? So that is how we talk to other people and we figure out. But probably your shoes are your shoes, right? So what you can do, somebody else cannot do. And similarly, what you can think, everybody else or anybody else cannot think in that way. So it's your individual journey, it's your marathon, and you complete it. So there's no race that everybody has done, so you have to do, everybody has got this much valuation, you have to. It's your journey, what you want to do, how you want to do is. So these are the like steps. So if you already have that background, that information which you are trying to even gather using this workshop, then probably you know that okay, these are the things which are required to be done. This is the market need, this is the product, this is the product feature, and this is the compliances, and these are the people who are my team, and this is how I will go to market. And you have your full business plan ready, and you just start executing it. If not, then whatever you don't know, you have to figure it out, or you have to work with people who can help you in that, or you have to learn it. So these are the only options. So I will just take example of this book. So I have authored 3 books, and I will take example of my second book, Turning Points of Uncommon People, where I have written true stories of people who have taken some kind of plunge in their life. And these are very interesting stories, and you can read the synopsis of this on Amazon or anywhere. But I will just give glimpses of some of these stories, what they are about. So here, I'm not sure whether you can see these pictures very clearly, but if you can see my mouse move. So this is the story of an IIT alumni, IIT Madras alumni, Mr. Tommy, his nickname. And he lives in Denver in the US. He has 3 beautiful daughters, as you can see in the picture. And he is a scientist with 70 plus patents. And he is also award-winning cartoonist. So he shared his story with me, and I wrote it in this book. And what he said, that he started cartooning as a child, and then he grew up. Then obviously, I mean, he completed his thesis and he got his job, and he's working, I mean, as a scientist, he is working as a full-time professional. But he always kept his hobby alive. And not only as a hobby that he did cartooning, but he also won award. And he is also distinguished alumni from IIT Madras Alumni Association. So his way of doing cartooning is keeping his passion alive, is that every day in the evening when his work day ends, 5 to 6, he just does cartooning. And that way, if there are some frustration in the work or some difficulties, he just puts them in form of cartoon, and then he's like done for the day. And then he has his family life to take care of. So that is pretty much his story. So again, you see there's a left brain, and then there's a right brain, and how he is balancing that. Now, on the other hand, if you see this story, this is another alumni from IIM Bangalore, Pooja. And Pooja's story is, again, she is into art, and she does painting. And she has taken this as full-time. She lives in Malaysia. And at some point of time, she decided to leave her corporate career and go into art full time. So that was her way of doing it. So there's no right and wrong way of doing it. It's about how you do and what you do. And these are like some of the people who decided to just balance things in their way. And then another story, which is again, what I'm trying to do in this particular picture is trying to show you perspective. So this is the story of Mukund. And Mukund is a senior director in one of the MNCs in Bangalore. And he wanted to make movie. And he has very difficult journey at some point of time in his life, and then how he grew out from there, and he achieved what he has today. And then, but in between, he thought that he wanted to make movie. And then he took a sabbatical for 6 months. He tried that particular option, that okay, and then he left it, and then he got back to his corporate career for full time, right? So these are different ways of doing things. And now these are the people who are in different stages of life, different age groups, but they have explored. So there's no straightforward or template kind of way of doing things. It's just at some point of time, you have an opportunity that you can figure out things, or you can explore things, and you can do things differently. As a students, for example, you all of you are staying with your parents, right? So at this point of time, if you want to start a venture, you may not have family responsibilities. If you don't have responsibilities at home, your parents are supporting you. Maybe you want to take a few years in life and just to explore entrepreneurship, right? So this is the best time. Again, I mean, when families grow, there are different kind of responsibilities. Then again, I mean, there's no right age of doing entrepreneurship. Is, I mean, where you are, who you are, right? And again, we'll talk about this point towards the end of this presentation. So, but if you want to do something, and if it's very, very important for you, is passion-driven activity, which you also want to carry forward as profession, that's one way of doing it. If you want to do it as a social activity, that's other way of doing it. Social for profit, social not for profit, that is a different way of doing it. Sometimes these are personal issues, right? Not just passion. For example, this is the story of Shishir. So what Shishir has done in his career, he is alumni of IIT Kanpur, and he had a job in Bombay after completing his degree. And he was not able to perform very well because of health issues. So Bombay rains were difficult for him, and he has some issues related to asthma. Then obviously, I mean, he had to create time for fitness and exercise and so on. And sometimes working hours are very, very long, and he wasn't able to balance the both aspect. And at some point of time, he decided that he will not do job in a different stream, but he will just try to integrate. So as you see, right equation in the realm of career, passion, family, and well-being. So he just thought, okay, can I do something around my well-being, where it also serves my profession and it also keeps me fit. So he started his venture into fitness, and he put bootstrap from there, and he still lives in Bombay. So these are different ways of doing things. So like, how do you put things together, and can you make it a full-time career activity? That's all about entrepreneurship. Otherwise also, I mean, I mean, as a human being, we all want to do good things, and we enjoy doing that. So it's all about that. So other thing in this particular point is environment. So one thing is, obviously, I mean, you want to do things, and you think they are doable and possible, but sometimes it's not about you, it's also about the environment. So let me tell the story of Thirsty Crow here. So I think all of you know the story of Thirsty Crow, that the crow was thirsty and he wanted the water, and there was a little water in the pot, and he got the small stones and rocks, and he tried to put, and water came up, and he drank the water. Now, assuming if the crow was in an environment where there was a straw, then crow can use a straw, so he does not have to work so hard. But if crow is not in that environment which provides a straw, crow has to work hard. Suppose if there's an environment where there's straw also, but the crow doesn't know how to use the straw, then it's a learning curve. That crow has to learn how to, first of all, what the straw is, secondly, how to use the straw. And once you know how to use the straw, you can basically do things little smart way than the very hard working way, right? So it's all about where you are, what the environment is, how much you know, and what you want to figure it out. So these are the stories which pretty much derive your entrepreneurial curve and journey. And I will also show the screenshot of this project, which I have worked on in early 2000 before I joined for my MS at IIT Madras. And this particular project, so this is, I think, more than 30 years old project. So, I mean, Bhagavad Gita, I think everybody knows, is a holy book for Hindus. And and when computerization, computers were new, so initially the project was, if you go to this particular portal and you see the history and the team profile, so initial project was that can we put it in some form of digital digital form, so that people can carry, I mean, you can carry a hard disk, right? Or you can carry it in few CDs instead of carrying so many books. So Gita again has so much of so many authors have worked on Gita. They have given translations, commentaries on this particular book. So can you carry it in a smaller volume? Then internet, when it became popular, then again there was Gita was brought on internet. And this project is funded by Department of Science and Technology by Government of India, and I happened to be part of this project for a brief span of time in my life. And then I contributed in bringing the Gita from client, the older way of internet, where things used to run on the client browser, especially the client machine and browsers were not so powerful in early 2000, to client server format, where I have worked on LAMP architecture and did a lot of scripting and how to create a smoother and more experiential, good experience and easy to load kind of experience for the reader who comes to read Bhagavad Gita using internet. So that has been my contribution. And again, with after I left, with development of Web 2.0, they tried to create the social version and so on. So this is the product. And what I'm trying to show in this particular slide is that as and when environment changes, the technology changes. So environment is, again, I mean, the ecosystem. Another thing is technological environment, especially if you are into technology sector. So certain products get killed. For example, if you talk about Pager, there was a device called Pager before cell phones. And when cell phones became popular, I mean, when they were there, why will somebody use Pager, right? So the industry, the product got killed. But at the same, on the other hand, if you talk about a product like this, then as and when technology evolves, you create a newer version of the same thing. So basic functionality is same. You still read Gita in digital format instead of carrying the book, but it is very much moving as per the development in technology. So here I spoke about the environment, is your individual journey. And as and when there are changes in the environment, you change, you figure out things, you work around it. And that pretty much a journey. So there are some few other stories that maybe I will share as part of question answer session. So let's quickly touch upon what is success. So success, again, as I said, is different for different people. So for-profit venture is a different success criteria. Not everybody works only to become unicorn. One thing is, I mean, you just do business and you run your business and you are well settled, and that's also a good success, because many times you are making more money as compared to what you could have made in your salary, right? So can you do that kind of business? That's a success for you. Other thing is, okay, no, you want to become an unicorn, you work for that. Third thing is, you want to create an impact, then you become an impact kind of social venture, right? So you work for that. So in that criteria, success is impact. Sometimes, again, in entrepreneurship, if you want to do a market capture and if you are creating something new, sometimes things are created even before time. Let me give you a story of Book My Show. So Book My Show, and there was another venture who were also doing what Book My Show does. They both started in early 2000. And at that time, internet speed was very slow, dial-up was not very fast, and people were not very comfortable in booking tickets online. So one venture, they closed down. They thought, okay, this is not the right time to be in this business.
Ma'am, can you hear us? Yeah, I think we've lost the connection with you, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah, I think she got it.
Yes, I'm back again now. Sorry, it got temporarily disconnected. So please give me access to a screen share. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So then you say business fails. So it's not just failing the business, it's also about the timing, the environmental factor. But anyhow, I mean, businesses fail, not the entrepreneurs, because in any situation you learn something, in which if not in this venture you apply in another venture, right? So those are the skills that you learn anyways. So I mean, one has to take it very, very positively with lot of happiness and lot of life, that okay, I'm trying to do something that nobody else has thought of doing. If I do it, I'm very, very happy, and obviously money is byproduct of that. And if I'm unable to do that, then also, I mean, you have tried. So that is the spirit with which you have to see things, because there will be so many unknowns. Like initially you don't know what to build, second you don't know what is the team, third thing is you don't know who will give you fund, third thing I mean, you don't know what is the right strategy to go to market, what is the right ad, how to get customers. So basically you keep figuring it out, and if you just start giving up or start feeling very, very worried about things, then it slows down the pace. So that should not happen. And for that purpose, always keep this mantra on top of your head, that no matter what, you are successful. And last is you. So you or your team. And team again, so I will very briefly touch upon the model. How much time I have, Gitanjali?
10 more minutes, ma'am.
10 minutes, okay. So I will just talk about this model. This model is studied by Dr. B.J. Fogg at Stanford in Computer Science Department. And it talks about 3 points. You can read this paper online, you can search and you can read this paper in detail. But I will just briefly touch upon. So there are three factors that you see in this particular model. One is motivation, other is ability, and third thing is trigger. So trigger is what enables a behavior change. So basically that causes you to do something new, right? So there are 3 types of triggers: spark, facilitator, and signal. And what enables the behavior change or things to take place or things to happen are basically 2 things. One thing is what is your ability parameter, the simplicity factor which you see here: time, money, physical effort, brain cycle, social deviance, and non-routine. And other thing is motivation, the motivational parameter. So is there a pain? Somebody felt challenged and then he thought, okay, maybe I will solve this problem, right? That's a trigger that enabled you to think in some particular direction which you have not thought of earlier, right? Newton, he was sitting under the tree and then the apple fell, and then he saw the apple, and then I mean, apple has been falling before that also, not that it fell for the first time on Newton. But because he also had that background, he had the background where he could see things differently, given his background in science and science at that point of time. And then he went deeper into that, and then he further did research, he thought about it deeply, and then I mean, we all know gravity, Newton's law, right? So how you see things, what is the ability parameters that you carry with, and what is the triggering point, the event that makes you think, and then with that maybe you do something which nobody else has thought of. Now, one thing I want to highlight here is, before we move on to next point, that motivation, the parameters which are associated with motivation, they are short-lived. So if I just have a hope that, okay, I will become unicorn, and I just start, and after 3 months, I'm not becoming a unicorn, I give up. No, that's not the way to do that. So obviously, I mean, motivational parameters are the one who make you or get you started, but ability or simplicity factor, which keep you going, right? So many times, I mean, you in entrepreneurial ecosystem, you hear, okay, words like fail early, fail cheaper. So some of these terms are there because many times entrepreneurs work based on parameters driven by motivational aspect, and before your motivation dies, you have to figure out things, otherwise you will give up. So that should not happen, and for that purpose is important. But what actually makes a company in general, I mean, there's a research that in 7 years the company does the break even, and in 10 years, typically all big companies, if you see, there's a history of 10 years, because in 10 years, I mean, you basically figure out and set up what all it takes to make the business. So what it takes in that 10 years, basically you work around, you know, simplicity parameters, the ability parameter, whether you are electing funds, which is like money, then you arrange for that. Is it the timing is right? For example, in Book My Show, can you hold on for some time, right? A physical effort, like I spoke about the story of Shishir. So he started his venture into fitness because he was not keeping well, and at that point of time, I think health is more important. Can you integrate too, right? So something related to simplicity. If I talk about Sunwai, so why Sunwai is important? Because obviously, I mean, people feel challenged in the legal space, but at the same time, if your matters are going on for 10 years, do you keep on feeling same motivation that I want justice? Probably no. What you need is facilitation, the access to information, right? The ease, that is what you need, right? So what keeps you going, you have to figure out. So at some point of time, maybe you have abilities, but what you need is maybe motivation to start. Sometimes you have motivation, but what you lack is ability. So you have to figure out where you are, and you have to create, I mean, figure out in your ecosystem what you need to arrange for, and just go behind your dreams. And that is what I had to share. With that, maybe if there's time, we can take a few questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? Yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So in your startup journey, have you committed any mistakes so that we can avoid those mistakes?
So mistakes, basically, I mean, if you talk about how to do a startup, they are, I have written a blog, and now I will share the link with Gitanjali, which she can share with all of you. So basically, in order to do business, you have to figure out 25 things. Now you come up with your background. Like, for example, if you are studying, what is your background? What are you doing?
Oh, ma'am, pharmacy background. We are doing pharma MBA.
Okay, so you go with your background, right? And if in that particular area you identify a business problem or problem which people experience, where you have an opportunity to create a solution, and you think people will pay for it, that's what is called business. So that's like one thing that you know. But what you don't know is like their complementary skill set. So suppose if somebody has to do technology, and if you don't know, then you have to get the right partner to work with you, or you need to figure out who are the right people to outsource things. So many times some of these things which you don't know, and you have to get complementary skill set with other people, and how to find them if it's not an easy journey sometimes, and you may not know what to build, right? It takes time to figure out, and these are experiments, because these are the experiments you have to run. The only thing is you have to do it quickly. For example, in Sunwai, we have done 6 POCs. So every quarter, every 3 months, we created something. And even if it didn't work, within 3 months, we know it doesn't work. We don't have to go with that. Or maybe something is working partially, but maybe that's not the right time to take it to market because of limitation in data. Then we put it on hold and we think, okay, we'll get back to this maybe after 2 to 3 years when there's more data available, because things are moving to digital now. So we put it on hold. So these are so why we created initially, we didn't know that, okay, how much data is there, but only when we created we figured out that maybe data is not sufficient. Then we thought, okay, do we discard it or do we keep it on hold? Then we decided, okay, this option one, POC one, we have to discard. POC two, we have to keep it on hold. POC three is maybe out in the as a beta version out in the market, right? So this is how we figure out things and we do. And it may not be called mistake, but if you just think a little deeper using, say, some framework, say like Fox model or business model canvas, maybe you will be more thoughtful and you will waste less time on less resources.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Any other questions? Thank you so much, ma'am. It was wonderful seeing that the last, the statement which you put, that businesses might fail, but not an entrepreneur. So we should keep on going. And as the previous speaker also said, it's the day when you think you want to start, just start. Don't think of any opportunity or anything. Just if you feel that you're going to go ahead and give it a try, just give it a try. Thank you so much, ma'am. It was wonderful hearing your journey with us.
Yes. And just one line I want to say, feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. If any questions come to your mind at some point of time later, you can write to me and I will try my best to respond.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to the students. Thank you.
So I will log out now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Have a nice evening and all the best for your entrepreneurial journey to all the students, and reach out to me if you have any more questions.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a wonderful day for us to learn so many things from the different people with the different areas of an entrepreneurship. We come to the end of the session. The session is not to an end without giving a gratitude towards the people who have worked towards this event. I call upon Mr. Rajiv to please propose a vote of thanks to all the people involved.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, so this is something different from what usually I do on stage, but I hope that I'll keep up to it. Okay, so before continue with vote of thanks, I would like to say a quote by Bruce Wilkinson. He says that a moment of gratitude makes a difference in your attitude. So let's thank on behalf of Faculty of Management and Commerce, Ramaya University. I would like to first thank our dear founder and our chairman and as well as chancellor of Ramaya University of Applied Sciences, Dr. Jairam sir. And I would like to thank Professor Govind sir, not only for gracing the occasion, but also giving some insights on invention, research, and what are the benefits of becoming an entrepreneur, and how do you start a business or an venture. For all those insights, I would like to thank Dr. Professor Govinda Kadambi sir. And next, I would like to thank Dr. Sharad sir for coming and gracing the occasion, and also our Dean, Dr. Srivatsa sir. Then we had several sessions today, and it was actually one benefit to the professors who teach entrepreneurship development is that half of our syllabus is done through this workshop for the next semester. So I would like to sincerely thank Ganeshan sir, who gave insights on how to start up a company. See, starting a business is something which anybody can do if they have the capital money. But exiting a startup in a right way is what is difficult, and sir discussed about it. So I would like to thank Mr. Ganeshan sir for that. Next session we had by Miss Srividya, and Srividya ma'am spoke about a lot of things about what is the difference between MSMEs, like which company do you call it as small, medium scale, and then large scale business, right? What is the cap difference? That is the capital investment, right? So for all those insights and helping us to understand how to what are the different aspects and elements which will help you to grow your business, how to scale it up to next level. For all those insights, I would like to thank Ms. Srividya ma'am. The next was our very own Dr. Narendra Babu sir, who is the head of innovation cell in this Rama University of Applied Sciences. He also gave a full presentation on what is the how do you see a problem and how do you see a solution for that. And he spoke about helping our FMC students to come up with different challenges for all of our FMC students as well as faculties. And he gave a very good, wonderful session on innovation and how do you go towards innovation. So I would like to thank Narendra Babu sir for that. And next was my very own senior and his colleague right now. His name is Mr. Sridip. He gave a lot of insights on RTBI and what are the challenges you face and what is the support you would get from Rama University of Applied Sciences, and how can you make use of it so that you can get into entrepreneurship, or how do you start up if you want to start up a business, or you can maybe in your family members, there is a friends, anybody who is interested in it, then what are the things we give in support of them, like we have a cell, we have incubation center cell where they will provide you the space, Wi-Fi and all those things. So for enlightening us on all these aspects, I would like to thank Mr. Sridip. And the next session was interesting session, which is one of my favorites. That is a session by Shilpa Chaudhary. She spoke about all important aspects of a business, that is IPR, intellectual property rights. You can start a business, but in order to own and in order to own that entirely about for your business, you need to do this IPR, like patents, or it can be a design patent, or it can be trademark, or anything for that matter. That is very important aspect of any business. If you do not have that, then tomorrow any other company can come and take your company name and brand name and they can start up their own company. So she gave a lot of insights about IPR and the usage of IPR and what is the procedure of it. So for that, I would like to thank Shilpa Chaudhary. Last but not least, the wonderful session, The Journey of an Entrepreneur by Anvita Bajpayee. She has took us in her journey and she showed us what all she has gone through and what are the different strategies which are important for a business to start. And as she said, there are many kinds of businesses. We have social entrepreneurship, we have profit making entrepreneurship and all that. For example, how many of you watched this Batman movie by Akshay Kumar? That's a social entrepreneurship. What he came up with, Murugesan from Tamil Nadu, he thought about people and he came up with that business, selling pads at cheaper rates. So that's a social entrepreneurship. And whatever you see, Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, and all, they are all, in a market cap, profit entrepreneurship, right? So for the differences and for insights on our journey, thanks a lot, Anvita Bajpayee. And I would also want to thank our my own dear colleagues as well as back then my professors, Dr. Devkumar sir, Nagendra sir, Usha ma'am, Chandra ma'am, Savita ma'am, Rini ma'am, Nisha ma'am, and Rakesh sir, Ajay sir, Sudha ma'am, Nagesh ma'am, for all of you for coming and enjoying this session and supporting us in all forms. Thank you so much. Next, without these people, we can't really run any kind of events right now because without them we can't really do anything, right? So those are IT people, not you guys. So I would like to thank IT Lokesh sir and Ravi sir for their constant help and support from yesterday, bearing with us. Thanks a lot, sir. We would like to continue our partnership like this one. And again, we had, we were given this hall by Dr. Hemant sir, who is the registrar of medical college. And I would like to thank him and his entire team for, helping us to have this, hall for the seminar. Thank you, sir. And then we had, our department secretary, Mahalakshmi ma'am, for coming and helping us from yesterday till today. So thank you, ma'am, for getting us everything. And then our student coordinators who had worked a lot for this event, Akhilesh, Varsha, Srinivas, Manoj, and Dhanush. Big round of applause for them. They are there with us from yesterday. From yesterday afternoon, they are with us. We were having lunch, so they worked with us and they helped us a lot to make this happen. Thank you so much. And also the students, my dear students, who have attended here for the entire session from morning to evening. So thank you so much for bearing the entire event, and I hope you learned a big time, because see, entrepreneurship is something which any day which would which should be your ultimate goal, right? So I hope that many of you who didn't have plans to become entrepreneur through this session have plans to become an entrepreneur. Right? See, we say that Bill Gates, we talk about Bill Gates or Steve Jobs, or we even talk about Mark Zuckerberg, that they dropped out of the college, they dropped out of the college. That is one way of saying it. But the other way is that they dropped out of the college, but they again started their own company. They had that zeal to start their own company. That is something which is called as entrepreneurship. So see, in that perspective, I would want to see all of you becoming an entrepreneur in near future. So all the best to you all. Thank you for coming today. Thank you so much. In the last, these are the people who are behind this thing to happen. These are the two driving forces which made this happen. So I would like to thank Professor Shilpa ma'am, who is here from last 13 years, which is not a small thing. Thank you, Shilpa ma'am, for making this happen. And the second pillar, which is Professor Geetanjali ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for making this happen. And we thoroughly enjoyed it. And thank you so much. Last but not least, I would want to conclude this in, we can call it as Sanskrita or Kannada, right? Annadata Sukhi Bhava. Thank you, Akshay, for serving such an awesome food for all of us. Very good. Thank you so much. I hope you all enjoyed the event and you have some, things to take back home. There is something called as, entertainment and then information. Both including today, there is infotainment. Right? I hope you all, enjoyed the session. Along with that, you are taking some knowledge home. And as I said earlier, I would want you to see, becoming entrepreneurs in future. And when I see some company, I should say that this is my student who started their company in this university. Right? All the best. Thank you so much. Thanks for this opportunity for giving us. Oh yeah, I missed our very own Mohan. I thought I've written everything, but even then, it's difficult. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mohan, for our custodian who helped us from yesterday, who is not here. He's a very busy man. You never see him in his cabin. He'll be roaming here and there, helping many professors. More than anybody, we remember him in the college hours, in our groups also. So thank you, Mohan, for all the support. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening.
Okay, I personally thank everyone again, and thank you, Mr. Rajiv, for that wonderful word of thanks, which was information, of course, which is information as well as an entertainment. So let's end this event by rising to the national anthem.
विनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गावे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल नायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Keep learning and keep studying as well.
Yes, 5 minutes. I'll just see that.